we should do like the American shows, the international shows are, right? So when you hear that playing and it stops, you clap for us, then we walk on. Deal? Let's do it again. Come back, Dorcas. These people are playing here. Go ahead, first way, come back, come back.
That's the energy, right?
I love that. I love that. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is beautiful. Good morning, Dorcas.
Good morning, Brian.
If I would ask you, who are you wearing?
Do you want to know? See me after.
Once again, welcome to the grand finale of the Stanbic National Schools Championship 2021. Yes. Super excited.
Yeah.
This literally takes an entire year to prepare. And about 6 months before we announce a new year. So it is absolutely awesome to see all of you. The journey has been long. Dorcas, we've moved across the entire country.
We have.
What has been your biggest highlight?
The most recent stage, the appraisals. I got a chance to go to the West and the Central region. Brian, I don't know what we were doing in 2018 because apparently every year it gets better, bigger, and more exciting. The creativity in the businesses is just so mind-blowing.
Right.
You've had the Black Soldier fly. Shruvera.
It's been a crazy ride, guys. We have visited more than 1,000 schools, connected more than 2,000 teachers, connected more than 60,000 students. 60,000 students, more than 5,000 businesses. You should be clapping, but you're just looking at me.
Yes.
And we are so daring. That's what Stanbic is about. You're going to hear the stories. You're going to hear the impact. You're going to hear first-hand testimonies from the people whose lives have been impacted. For the benefit of those who are at home and watching us live on NBS, thank you so much for joining us. If you are supporting your team this morning, or a teacher, or a business, please use the hashtag #StanbicUG Champion.
And hashtag, it can be, please follow us on all our social media platforms and share with us what you think, what your expectations are in the comment section.
Right.
Remember, we run under the theme, empowering the job creators of tomorrow. And that is exactly what we are doing.
This vision is big, massive, grand. Some people have told us, you guys are just crazy. Is this all you do the entire time? Many have tried it, but many have still failed to keep it. And we want to thank Stanbic Bank for making sure that you contribute to the next generation of business creators. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not do this too without our partners who have made sure that we continue the vision. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Roofings.
Woo! They have given us over 1 million trees, I think, at this point.
Trees,
But it has been interesting. And remember, we are still fronting the SDGs, zero hunger. And they've given us fruit trees which have been planted in over 200 schools around the country under the National Schools Championship.
Thank you so much, Roofings. We couldn't do this without our partners at PwC.
Yes, they have the maths on the fingertips and ensure that all our results are authentic and are tallied right. So about that, you don't have to worry. The judges only can submit their opinions, but at the end of the day, the final submission comes from PwC. Thank you very much.
When the competition gets tight, people are emotional, and so we want to make sure things are well, taken care of.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to International University of East Africa.
Woo! International University of East Africa gives us over 10 scholarships each year. So any alumni out there, please reach out and apply for those scholarships because they're there for you.
That's
so
right.
use them.
And we already have students who are in those universities.
Yes. Shruti, we have Natalie. We'll see quite a number of them today.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the smartphone network is Airtel.
Woo!
Welcome. And speaking of Airtel, today please sacrifice your bundles.
I know. You don't have to spend your
You don't. Today, we got you.
Because they have been kind enough to give us Wi-Fi for the National Schools Championship Grand Finale. It is SNSC. I am sure you've seen it probably on your phone. And the password is Airtel at Smart, all in lowercase.
Yes. Those at home, please stay where you are. Don't come. Don't come to Mamani. It's the first thing you do when you enter. Do you guys have Wi-Fi?
Someone asked for a Wi-Fi password at the barrier.
No,
Can you
Wi-Fi
imagine?
is not on the menu. But Airtel has got us. Thank you so much. I see the entire team from Airtel here. Fantastic. Are you ready? I know you're
like
covering masks, but that's not how. Let's create more sound. Are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Dorcas, tell us about what we are about to see.
Well, 8 months of all this cannot definitely be for nothing. It has been intensive but interesting. Remember, this year we have 4 categories, and that is the startup category, we have the alum girl category, we have the teach girl category, and the biz girl category. But we'll go back to the startup category. We run under the theme Empowering the Job Creators of Tomorrow. And each year we have new businesses coming on board. So ladies and gentlemen, please clap your hands as we wait to hear. Yeah, you build the anticipation slowly by slowly. So join me as we appreciate Stanbic Bank for the continuous effort that each year we have new groups joining us in the startup category. And yeah, that said, I will take this chance to introduce our participants. So when I read out your name, participants, please feel free to stand up just where you are, and we will then celebrate you from there. In the alum girl category, we have a gig consultancy firm with Henry, Douglas, and Joseph. You are welcome, and we see the work that you do, and we are so proud of you as our alumni. We have iTech Africa, Shruti, Elv. He's probably running around, but Shruti, we can't wait to see what you have for us. Please give them more energy. They deserve more than that, don't they? And do you know how to pronounce this one? You know Samuel. What is it? Mkosi. Don't dare say Mkosi. I might not stand here again. Yes, Mkosi with Samuel. Thank you very much. We can't wait to see what you have for us. Natalie's applique, for all your clothing and crochet, she has you sorted. In the Teach Girl category, we have teacher alum Susan from Ginger Senior School. Remember, that is our newest category, and we can't wait to listen from the teachers. So hype up yourselves as they prepare to perform. We have Wambale Samuel, Ochert Campion. You're very welcome, and congratulations. Masembe Simon, the Amazima School. Yes, Teacher Simon, we can't wait to see what you have for us. And in the Biz Girl category, we have Mbale SS. Woo! Otinowa Comprehensive Senior School. You're very welcome. Muyenga High School. Okay. And Shenjojo Senior School. And down to the startup category. One school from each region in this particular category. And from the northern region, we have Chigumba Intensive. For all your cake needs, you will pay me for Kalango. From the eastern region, we have Busoga High School. You're very welcome, representing the eastern region. And from the central region, we have King's College, Budo! Last but not least, from the western region, is Chebambe Girls School. Yes, and those are our participants.
Fantastic. As you can see, we have a long lineup of presentations today, so we're going to go through those very quickly. It must be weird for the students wearing a uniform when you're not going to school, but alas, c'est la vie. Yeah. But all these participants that are going to be competing today have one massive hurdle: the judges. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Judge William. Woo! That's the man. He asks the tough questions, the numbers, the business over what. People get lost, but we go through it. Judge Viola, welcome.
Woo, 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 woo.
Yeah, I think she's the nice one, but very tough inside.
We get to find out.
And Judge Nicholas, the one who brings all the bombastic words.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can ask you what's the cosmogony of this credit note. Kumbe, he just wants to know whether the business is making profit. Welcome, Judge Nicholas.
Thank you very much.
We can't wait. The journey has been amazing. For those of you who do not know where we came from, let's take a look at the screen.
Hi guys! Hi! Can we say I can do it? I can do it! Yes!
Your test is still intact and your test is here.
8.
An investor is supposed to have a little percentage.
What makes you think I should pay 300,000 shillings?
What are you waiting for?
You are going to be an inspiration to so many students across the country.
Thank you very much once again. That is the journey. Please use our hashtags Stanbic UG Champion and It Can Be. Cheer for your school, for your business today. We'll not just be crowning the champion. We'll also be looking for you at home to invest in the different businesses. So if you like it, get into our DM and talk to us. We'll absolutely connect you with some of these investors. I'd like to thank the bank for believing in this vision. You saw, yes, a big round of applause. You saw our team leader, Barbara Kaseken. Please rise to your feet. Yeah, thank you.
The dazzling Barbara Kaseken.
Yeah, man, like you come and she has hair from here up to the legs, down here. But she's like, man, that's the kind of person you want in your corner, right?
Yes.
She understands us. Even us on our team, we are considering creating a tier next year.
Crew growth.
Crew growth. Because
crew growth.
even us, we are,
We have been impacted.
we've been challenged. Ladies and gentlemen, I see members of the EXCO team from the bank. I'd like to quickly introduce them. The board chairman, Professor Mangen.
You're very welcome, sir.
Yeah, he's a professor of maths. So every time I look at him, I see board maths and abacus. Welcome, Professor. He has believed in us. He moves, drives to wherever we are, always there with us. Thank you so much, Prof. Liz Kasede. Liz Kasede is the head of the public sector at CIB at the bank. Martin Sekaziga is the head of risk at the bank. Thank you so much for believing in us. Now, this is it.
Yeah.
We'll now welcome the participants from the Startup Challenge.
So each school in the startup category will send forth one representative. We are trying to keep as much social distance as we can. So please send your most luckiest participant to come and pick a slot. Those will inform us at what time you're going to perform.
Yeah.
Please make it fast. So
All
Chigumba
right.
Intensive, Chebambe Girls School, Budo, King's College Budo, and Usoga High School. Oh, and remember to sanitize your hands as frequently as you can. Are you ready? Okay.
Welcome. Give them a big round of applause as they come. It's intense. It's intense. They are not breathing.
Smile. Yeah.
All right. We'll call you. The ball is there. You select, and we know who presents first. Yeah. Let's see. Some of you read when you're entering the exam room.
Oh, wow.
All right. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first on the stage, King's College, Budo.
Whoop. Back up. The ride is about to get crazy.
All right, we'll ask the rest of the participants to go. Team Budo, please get ready. We'll give you 2 minutes to walk to the stage and present. The rest of us, please use the free Airtel Wi-Fi we have here and tweet and tweet and tweet. Let's trend on Facebook, Instagram. Facebook, Kalimu VPN, but I'm sure we shall find a way to so it can be, huh? Yeah,
So Team King's College Budo, please make it to the stage because it is your time to shine. And shine we must. Just before you come to present. The rest of the startup teams, please go to the holding room where you can relax as you prepare for your presentation.
Welcome to King's College Budo, the inventors of Shuvera. King's College Budo is participating in the Startup Challenge and we can't wait to find out what this Shuvera business is all about. Join me as we find out.
Shuvera is a protective shoe cover that helps in protecting shoes during rain, in case the place is muddy, or in case you just don't want your shoes to get dust, you know. So Shuvera is going to help exactly deal with that problem.
How much does it cost to make a Shuvera and how much do you sell it for?
Now, production, currently, we began with the samples, as he had earlier told you, that we produced about 2 samples, which costed us about 150. Then we went on to do mass production of the first 20 pairs, which costed us about 200,000.
Is it for all sizes?
Let's say it needs like different sizes to fit a particular size of a person.
Have you produced anything yet? Have you sold anything yet?
With the seed capture we're provided with and some extra funds, we have produced around 20 pairs. That's minus the sample.
What is the long-term vision for Shuvera?
First of the goals we want to have long term is to change the materials we are using.
Okay.
We want to come from PVC and we go to fiber. You know, fiber, when let's say it's buried under the ground, it allows water to pass through. So that's one. And the second, we want it to be known worldwide.
At the end of the day, guys, well done. You've done something that hasn't been done before. By the time that you've come and you have done this, and you're from Budo, you are going to be an inspiration to so many students across the country. So I am looking forward to seeing this Shuvera empire next year at this time.
Check. Mic.
Good morning to everybody.
It's not right. Hello.
I'll adjust my mask a little since we are socially distanced. My name is Martin Moya. I'm a teacher patron, King's College Budo. For those who are in the house, in your district, you will believe surely that if there are coincidences for Budo, it is not. We came first yesterday in the raffle. Here we are first. This Budo is special. And we are not coming to compete with anybody, because if it were so, surely this trophy belonged to us yesterday. We are coming to set a stage where innovation, and ours, King's College Budo, being the hub of innovation for globally dignified men and women, surely us, we are just leaving the traces, the footprints along which others will follow. And for Budo, to be very fair, we sit in a place where just yesterday a roadmap was being laid upon which SDGs can be mapped. And here we come with a team of young innovators ready to take this mantle head on. To talk much of the 10 minutes given, honestly, it would be a great disservice to these young men and women. For us who are in our 40s plus, let's give way and let ideas that are of a brand that is long-lasting take the center stage. Shuvera Uganda, simply everlasting. Gachali Mabaga. All right.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Katana Chantal. We are here to inform you about Shuvera Uganda, and I'm here with my colleague, Barry Nellerstein.
Welcome to the stage, King's College Budo. You guys will have 10 minutes to present. At the sound of the bell, that means you've used up 5 minutes, and you'll be left with 5 minutes to finish your presentation. Your time starts now. You may begin.
To begin with, let's first put the competition aside for a few seconds. I'm going to tell you a bit.
How many children do you think are out there facing the same problem as Rita is facing, or worse, around all nations, not just Ugandan-based? The Shuvera is there to protect your shoes. Reason why? And the reasons, this is the core reason as to why we came up with a Shuvera. First of all, around this time, in this country, shoes, let me first take this off, because I'm going to do a lot of talking and convincing. So, around this time in Uganda, regular shoes can cost you from 50,000 shillings to 60,000 shillings. Imagine that being spent every term as a child is going back to school. Meanwhile, if you had a Shuvera that could protect your shoes, you could use them for 3 terms or more according to how you handle them. So that would help families save more money, that will be invested in maybe other projects to make more cash, and the flow of income would be running very well with an extra income that would be spent on the shoes. And another thing, as you're studying in school, we have all been there at some stage. Imagine yourself having torn shoes, everyone making fun of you, and you know deep down where you come from, your family, you don't want to stress your parents, you know what they are passing through to provide. So you just have to sit in discomfort, focus on books, but of course, you know you won't focus fully because you know that mental disability and perturbedness that will disturb you with people mocking you everywhere you go. So that's the problem you are trying to solve. You are trying to make children comfortable. Yeah.
Shuvera is made of a waterproof material called PVC. It prevents your shoe from getting in contact with mud, water, or dust. For fashionistas, you get to reach your place when you're comfortable. For any person, you reach your place when you have quality and you're looking very smart. Ladies and gentlemen, come to think of it, just recently on this very platform, the SDGs were highly talked about. No poverty. People, we are trying to increase the household income. We're trying to reduce the cost spent on shoe purchases and shoe repairs. If more income comes into the family, they get to invest it into other projects. They get to be comfortable where they are living. Zero hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, the motto is empowering the job creators of tomorrow. But tomorrow never comes. Tomorrow is now. Right now, as we are speaking, Shuvera has employed and is employing young men and women, people who are cutting the soles, people who are stitching the PVC, people who are adding the zips. They're getting money. They're going to buy food. People, zero hunger. Gender equality. He's a boy, I'm a girl. Our team is comprised of ladies and gentlemen. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Shuvera is an innovation. We are soon to become an industry. You're going to see the buildings. Partnership for the goals. Our common goal is to empower. Our common goal is to reach. Our common goal is impact.
And dear ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you're to carefully take a second of thought and analyze Shuvera as a company, you realize that it's a fast-growing company led by young, innovative, creative minds, eager to learn and improve on the product quality and also the range of quality. Now, just an example of the product quality and the range. For example, what you see before you is a Bagvera. And you know where we got that from? You see, when you're walking around Kampala or other areas, you will see kids walking to school. Not everyone has a privilege to be driven to school or pay for boarding school. So you will see kids going to school. But the problem is, if it starts raining, let's say homework is in the bag, or they are not in the bag, they can't protect that. Because sometimes you won't walk with an umbrella everywhere you go because you're not informed. So the Bagvera is there to protect their books, so that everything is safe. With Shuvera, we are increasing durability of very many things. Come to think of it, we thought of watches. For the women, we were introduced to some new ideas such as the hair vera. So there are very many, it's full of creativeness and innovativeness. Now, the value proposition, first of all, the impact we have made on the youth, our age mates, and even people older than us is very massive because we have worked so hard to involve even other people and teach them how to make those shoes. Because as Stanbic says, the motto of this year is to empower job creators tomorrow. So that's it. We are trying to employ fellow age mates, give them income. You can't go broke if you're working. So that's it.
Yes. Market size, from August, we are starting. That's when the first Shuveras came out. So our market was a little small. But we got to realize people want Shuvera. People are requesting for Shuveras. It is a big load on us. We have to produce them all the time. WhatsApp, Instagram, people are ordering. We have 14 pending orders, and they want them by the end of this week. Can you imagine? 14. Sorry, but the clicker is not working.
As we are fixing our clicker, I would like to bring up a very sensitive point about the future of Shuvera Uganda as a company. So basically, when they came, they saw, they tried to conquer, but they didn't succeed. So we are still the conquerors. And now talking about the future of Shuvera Uganda, when we were, Mr. William asked me a question as he was interviewing me. He was like, what if the Chinese get this? Do you have a patent right for your product? That made us go into our thoughts and we came to a conclusion. Since we didn't have enough funds, we applied for the patent and we registered the industrial design of Shuvera so that all the rights belong to Shuvera Uganda as the company.
So with our seed capital, we're able to first come up with the template for which we are going to produce the Shuveras. That cost us 150,000 Ugandan shillings. Those were the first prototypes we made. We went ahead to make the first 20 pairs. We placed 200,000 into production. We have the rest of our costs in the in the cash book. This is because we wanted to make it visible. We made selling each at 15,000 Ugandan shillings. People were buying, so we invested the profits we made into producing new and improved 30 pairs of Shuvera. Right now they are under making. They cost us 270,000. They're going to be branded. They're going to come with a branded bag so that you don't have to worry about carrying it around. And each is going at 15,000. It's affordable. I tell you, we have. Next, our sales projection. In August, we made 2 sales. September, we made 8 sales. Right now, as I said, for September, there are 14 pending orders, along with Mr. Williams' order, which we do have. October, our sales projection is going high and high because everyone wants this product. It's a product you didn't know you needed, but guess what? Shuvera came. Can't call it a item cassette. Wow, this is really creative, Bambi. And it really comes in handy. I will need one for my daughter as well. Those are satisfied customers. Let's spread that joy. Competition. This is our competition analysis.
Now, as we're starting this, of course, you face a lot of criticism. So people were like, this product already exists. And all I had to tell them, bring me a Shuvera here, and I'll stop whatever I'm doing. Shuvera is non-existent in Uganda as we speak. So about the competition, we are safe.
Shuvera came in sizes. This is our new and improved. It's being branded, comes in portable bags. Shuvera, we have Bagvera, which is our upcoming product. We are selling points. We're selling from home currently, but once we increase our production, we are going to give shoe retailers, and we already have registered school representatives. Once the schools open, so don't worry about the students. They'll receive their Shuvera. Thank you so much for the time and opportunity. This was Shuvera Uganda.
Well done, King's College Budo. It was a beautiful presentation. I'd like to understand, when you start branding the shoes, what will be the unit cost of each pair of shoes?
Still going to remain at 15,000 because we bought a screen, which is 30,000. That's company property. It's going to be printed on the fabric. That's going to be placed around here. So it's going to remain at the same cost because we managed to reduce some of our costs of production.
Adding on that, about the cost, us as Shuvera, we're a team of students, and we believe that's why we need the money, we need the investments. We have been getting grants here and there. Our own teammates have been putting in money in the company. It's all provided in the cash book, very detailed. But as per the cost goes, I believe if you are to buy our own machinery, products in bulk, as in the material, and also hire our fellow youths to do the work, I believe the Shuvera retail price can reach to 5,000 shillings.
Well done, guys. As actually there and tried the Shuvera on, it actually works, and it's waterproof. The product is perfect. That's a very good job, Chantal, Teacher Martin, and Mr. Berry. On my aspect, I'd love to see what the turnaround time would be from like someone placing an order, because I'm guessing you're trying to manage your inventory, from someone placing an order to it being produced and selling it. How long does that take currently? Thank you.
That depends, to answer that, that depends on the time the order is made. If you make your order today morning, you can make one right now. You will get the Shuvera at 1 p.m. Because the production is getting faster within time, because we're experiencing problems here and there, but you know how people go. You get a problem, find a solution. So we have tried to solve the delay in production, but now it's becoming a bit faster. And I believe with support from our partner, Stanbic, this production is a way faster than it is right now. Thank you.
Maybe just as a final question, I saw you guys said that you're expecting a target market of around 2,500 according to your previous slide, just behind. Yes, that one. So I'm really curious with your current challenges or limitations in production and delivery. I just wanted to know what kind of distribution strategy or channels you intend to employ so that you can be able to capture that market share.
We were delivering via borders. Some find us at home. You know, when you're starting, you start with the people around you. So you are walking to this gate, you're walking to the neighborhood, and you're trying to deliver. When you go to parties, you meet the people there, and you try to give them. But for our customers, it's via borders as per now.
Who bears that cost? Is it Shuvera or the customer?
The customer.
Okay, thank you. All right, that will be all. King's College Budo, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bigger round of applause for King's College Budo. Thank you very much. Oh my God. There's Vera. Muina Bufon Vera. Yeah. I am sure the guys are like, you also make for us Kameza Vera. Kubanga, the way they take the Kameza money. We need a Vera for it. Brilliant ideas. And this is what the challenge is about. To enable people to think outside the box. For us, at the Stanbic National Schools Championship, there's no box. We're just dreaming. And I see the Team Leader Championship is our hashtag. You can invest in these businesses if you like them. Slide into our DM. We'll have a chat with you and connect you with these people so you can create that business. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up on stage, Chigumba Intensive. Welcome.
What an intense 42 days of the lockdown. But as soon as the president opened, we are back on the road. And in this episode, we're going to visit all the businesses across the entire country. Our first stop, Kigumba Intensive, here in Kigumba.
It was on 1st of June this year when we became the champions in Northern Region. It was quite tasking, but we managed to make it.
The 500,000 that you gave us,
we bought various assets that we have. One, we have a sigiri, we have a rolling board, we have like a whisker, we have jerry cans. So we have very many assets that we bought.
You're starting operation equipment.
Yes.
Yeah. Is what you used it for.
The most important in cake business is a weighing scale.
Concerning the pricing, this one here, it's at 500 each. Then this one is at 1,000. Then the cookies, as it is put, 1,000 each. After in threes, when they are packed. Then we come to the cakes, these big birthday cakes. This one was already in the process of being concluded, and it is at 30,000. This one, we are still in the process of icing it and making it to the finishing material, is at 50. The same applies to this one.
Style
Ladies and gentlemen, Chigumba.
Yes, welcome, Kiss Pride Bakers.
The protocols observed. Good morning. I'm Awol Samantha, Team Kiss Pride Bakers. When I was in primary 4, 10 years old, I lost a dad, and it made it so hard for me to catch up with life. So, a life living with a single mother was too hard for me. I decided to get a neighborhood. I moved to a neighbor who knows how to bake, and I learned the idea of baking, which is one of my favorites. I love baking so much. So from there, I got an opportunity with the national schools, Stanbic, when I went to school, as the school also supported me, like in the bursary, part of my tuition. I was blessed to be one of the luckiest in the Stanbic National Schools, and therefore, I looked upon it to bring this idea, to put this idea into reality. However much, there is enough market in the school. Just from nowhere, we heard that the school was supposed to be closed just because of the COVID. From there, we were all left stranded, like a nightmare. We moved on thinking of what to do. But as an entrepreneur, any problem you come across in a business, it's just an opportunity. Therefore, we had to make our products. We produced our products and moved with them in the nearby community, serving the trading centers around.
This is still Team Kiss Pride Bakers. As you know, that Kiss Pride Bakers, we make various products, and the products that we make include cupcakes. We have different cupcakes here, and these cupcakes we make are the ones that are making the biggest sales in Chigumba town, because we realize we have to make that product that will be able to make sales for the business. And in that community, we have been able to make these cupcakes, and they are in different fashions. You know, as an entrepreneur, should be innovative. You make that product that will catch the market and how to compete the competitors. I'd wish someone to help me show the judges. And then they are in different shapes. We have the ones in the shape of the heart. We also make the ones for 500. They look so nice. And it has also created a lot of sales in the market. We also make other products. We make birthday cakes, these ceremonial cakes, birthday cakes. We make also wedding cakes and very many other cakes. And it has been so important for us in Kiss Pride Bakers. Also, we realize when you stay in a community, Chiriandongo district is a place with very many refugees. We have refugee camp there. And these refugees from Sudan, those days they had money, but the problem is that they have challenges. That's why they are refugees here. So we decided to come up with a program to see that we bring them on board. We see how our project impacts on the community. So we decided to introduce those products that they make so that we can bring them on board and help them also earn a living. So we have these special products. They are cookies in English. But for them, as the Sudani community, they call them kabis. This is one of the products that they make. It is a cookie, but it is different from the rest of the cookies that we know. So in this, we have been able to make these products that are so nice for them, and they feel at home. You know, when you go in a stranger's home, when you are welcomed, they give you a seat to sit on. And when you sit, and also they serve a meal that is a delicacy for you, you feel at home. So as Team Kiss Pride Bakers, that's what we embarked on, to see that we can produce a product and also have a business that is impacting on these lives of the needy people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Chirianongo district, it's not a big district, but it has a big population. There is a place called Weyale where they placed, specifically Panyadoli, it's the same town, but there is a place called Weyale, Panyadoli, where they put a camp of refugees. These people are many. That is why it has the most population, 15,000. Now, given this market, in a normal case, before a business begins, one has first to lay out the market structure. Now, when schools closed, it was kind of crazy, but we had to restructure. We had to restructure our market layout to the outside since the target had already gone. Now, we did it in very few ways. Very few ways.
Chigumba will request you to pause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding and welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Jessica Alupo. Welcome. You're very welcome. We'll stay upstanding for the anthems. We'll take our seats. Once again, Your Excellency, welcome. We are right in the middle of a very fierce competition here for our students, and on stage is Chigumba Intensive, and they are pitching their business, Kiss Pride Bakers. You're going to hear all about it, and of course, some of the other businesses that are being pitched today. For us, your presence today is a seal of really confirmation that we are doing the right thing. Let's clap, ladies and gentlemen. Just your presence here for us seals it that we are on the money and we are definitely doing the right thing. I know for sure through your humble office, Emioga will reach the Stanbic National Schools Championship. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you for coming. Chigumba, don't worry, your time was saved. Please continue with your presentation.
All right, thank you. Your Excellency, you're welcome. I was telling you that when a business, before someone sets a business, he or she has to lay out the market structures well. Now, when the schools closed, we looked at other means how we could get to the outside. We had to pin posts in the areas you've seen in the district. We pinned the posters. And then we made branded T-shirts for both ourselves and the sales agents in these places. And then we had social media advertisement. We created a Facebook page for the project, which was Kiss Pride Bakers. The name sounds immoral, but it's the short form of the school. And then we also used customized packaging materials like envelopes, paper bags, and boxes. That's how we are trying to fulfill one of the SDGs, the climate. I wish I could not look at anything like a polythene paper in my life. And then the other means were engaging in making networkings during ceremonies like birthdays, so that you talk to very many people, like talking to very many people, like the way we are here. They happen. You know, these ones have the art. They have the art. They have the art of making. But for me, one time I had, I do the marketing. I had to go to a place. They had ordered for a wedding cake, right? And then they asked, these people made it. I wasn't comfortable. I thought maybe I had to go at the venue and test it. Did I really? They should not have made a mistake. And then, we had to lay out our market strategies to the outside, because in school it wasn't possible by then. And then I want to come back here. The unit cost of production. One big cupcake, I mean this, the big one. The cost of production, the unit cost of production is 660 shillings. And then sold at 800 shillings and 1,000 shillings, wholesale price and retail price respectively. And then the big one, the 500 grams cake, the cost of production, we incur a cost of production of 30,000, sell it in a range of 50,000 and 80,000 shillings. Thank you.
As we are going to look at our key metrics, as Kigumba Intensive Team Pride Bakers, who have been able to raise sales for our business. We have raised sales. We started with the selling cakes worth 100,000 in the month of June. That was total lockdown. We would move on foot from one place to another to sell these products, but we were able to make some sales. And currently, as I'm talking, we are able to sell over 1,000 cupcakes, these big ones for 1,000 in Kiriandongo district, in those different trading centers, over 1,000 of them. And we are able to make the ceremonial cakes, like for birthdays, for farewell parties. We are able to make an average of 5 cakes in a week. And even, by the way, we also made some wedding cakes, 2 of them for some of our friends who had those Corona wedding parties. And as we are talking now, we have 3 major supermarkets in Ichiriandongo where we supply over 300 big cupcakes in a week. And wherever everyone goes to those supermarkets, they only ask for, we want those cakes of Kiss, you know. So we have competitors. And one thing we realize, if you want to outcompete your competitors, look for a good brand name. Our brand name talks for itself. It's a cake, it is sweet, go for Kiss Pride. And these big companies who produce different products in our area, they stay in Kampala. Those days, if you want to look for a cake for your wedding, for any function, you have to look for Chidawalime, for those big companies. But now, we started our own company in Kiriandongo district, and we are able to produce these cakes in our area. So our competitive advantage, 1 is the good brand name, 2 is the packaging materials, 3 is producing fresh cakes You order, we supply you. And we produce different flavors, which others do not do. So, and the nearness to our customers has also given us an upper advantage. And also the other one, not forgetting, empowering the job creators of tomorrow. We have trained our own students, the local communities, the refugee communities. So everyone in Chiriandongo knows that in Ichiguma Intensive, we care. We mind about the lives of our communities. We mind about the refugees because they are ours. They came to stay. That's why when the Afghanistans are coming, we are welcoming them in Chiriandongo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kiss Pride Bakers. Your time is up, so we'll get back to you with the questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You may leave the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause to Chigumba. Clearly, we are international, right? Yeah, I can't wait to test those. Just joining us, this is the Stanbic National Schools Championship. Today is the grand finale. And to paint a bit of a picture, we have moved to more than 1,000 schools, influenced the lives of more than 60,000 students. The teachers are also starting their own projects. You'll hear all about it. To our partners who have made this possible, thank you so much. We are now live on NBS television. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me the Chief Executive of Stanbic Bank, Anjuko.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome. Your Excellency, Honorable Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Sarah Mateke, Minister of State for Youth Affairs, Ms. Geraldine Sali, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, PS SST, Ministry of Finance, Ms. Kate Lamaro, PS Ministry of Education, Ms. Julie Namudu, Director of Education and Social Services at KCCA, Mr. David Ebiru, Executive Director of UNBS, Professor Patrick Mangeni, Chairman of the Board of Directors for Stanbic Bank, staff of Stanbic Bank, our dear judges, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol is observed. Good morning and welcome. It is a great honor to be here with you today. And Madam Vice President, we welcome you in an extra special way because I believe this is the first time you're visiting with us on this occasion. So we're feeling very excited. If you feel a little excitement in the room, know that you're the cause. We have been on this journey for the last 6 years. And this journey has been a journey of learning, but also such a fulfilling journey because we know that we are a youth nation. But we always have the feeling that only the older people can do amazing things. And this competition teaches us otherwise, that the young people in this country are full of ideas, are full of enthusiasm, and are innovative to an extent that will shock and fill you with awe in what they've done. Your Excellency, 6 years ago, we started the National Schools Championship as part of our corporate social investments. This program has grown beyond our wildest dreams. And as I speak to you today, we have impacted over 300,000 students trained more than 1,000 teachers, and inspired more than 2,000 youth-owned and youth-run businesses. These businesses are profitable, they are sustainable, and through this program, we are empowering the job creators of tomorrow. Friends, the girl from Budo, where is she? Please give her a big round of a hand clap. She taught us a lesson. She told us that there's no tomorrow. Tomorrow is here. Tomorrow is today. Tomorrow is now. And now more than ever, we have a duty to our youth. Because of what COVID has done to us, we have had to shut down our schools. And we understand the government policy that led to that, because we have to save lives first. But in so doing, the biggest victims have been our youth. The social cost of COVID is yet to be calculated. And I want to dare any economist to put a number to it. Not only have our children been out of school for a long time, they've also been exposed to abuse and to all manner of conditions that they've been living in. And when we started 6 years ago, you saw the earlier videos, it was in the good old times. So when COVID came in 2020, we had to sit down and say, what do we do now that we have COVID? The simplest choice was to walk away and say, COVID. Have you heard those reasons? When someone is late for a Zoom meeting, and they tell you, before they used to be late because of traffic, but now they're late for a Zoom meeting. What is the reason? They're just late. So the same reason for when people cancel things because of COVID. But we made a choice because we are committed. Your Excellency, we as Stanbic Bank are committed to the growth of this country and to partnering with the government of Uganda to grow our beloved nation. And indeed, it's in our purpose. Every day when we wake up, we remind ourselves that Uganda is our home and our role is to grow to drive her growth. So, Your Excellency, we chose to move forward and put the program online and used our partners like NBS and the rest to put the programs out there so that our youth, even though they're not in class, seeing a blackboard, they're able to continue to learn. And the skills we impart are lifelong skills that you will not cover in SST and whatever. They are lifelong skills. As an employer, Your Excellency, I can tell you that one of the things I struggle with is to get talented people. They have the qualifications, they scored the grades, but can they work in a practical work environment? And there's always a very big gap between what we have prepared in school and the practical applications. And this program seeks to move that along, to move us to a point where, right from a young age, 15, 16, we start to think in an entrepreneurial manner. And the challenges of COVID remind us that we require a new way of thinking, a new way of doing, because the world has changed to a point where it will never be the same again. So we must train our people. Even as we wait for the curriculum to catch up, what else can we do to partner with the ministry and the government to be able to drive this? Franklin D. Roosevelt put it very well when he said that we cannot always build a future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. Your Excellency, we have read in several publications that the jobs that the people here, the young people here are going to do today, haven't even been invented. So what then are we training them for? We give them enduring skills from an entrepreneurial mindset, a change mindset, an agility mindset, a mindset of I can do it. You have seen us as Stanbic. We say very openly and without any shyness that it can be. Our youth need to believe that it can be. It can be for you, it can be for me. And I stand here as an example of the fact that it can be. It can be. Your Excellency, I was born, bred, and raised in Uganda here. And for many people to hear that I was 39 when I started running Stanbic Bank was a big surprise. But I am living testimony that it can be. And our youth have to understand that it can be. And to believe that somebody in Chugumba can make a cake and compete with a business in Kampala here. To believe that somebody in Kasese High can have urban farming and feed their families and those around them. It can be. the quintessential belief that you are worth something as a youth in Uganda. That it doesn't matter your circumstances, you can make a difference in someone's life. That is the belief of this program, and that is what we seek to impart. Your Excellency, in the interest of time, I'll cut my remarks short and just share with you that this year, the program has been about resilience. That even though the teachers are not in school, how do we keep the teachers busy? How do we keep them creative? Even though that schools are closed, how do you, in your own location, find a way to continue to be productive and to use the brain that God gave you? We learned from a World Bank study that of the 1 billion youth who will enter the job market in the next decade, only 40% will get a job. So what do we do for the other 60%? We make them job creators. We make them self-sustaining so that they don't look at government yet Uyambe. No, Weyambe. And I'm now talking to I used to be a youth. I'm a former youth, so I'm talking to my fellow youth. You have the power to make a difference in the work that you do from wherever you are, using whatever God-given talent. And we as Stanbic provide that platform. That whether you're good at baking, there's a place for you. Whether you're good with agriculture, there's a place for you. And Your Excellency, as I close, I have a few requests. And now that we have you in the room, it would be remiss of me not to take that into consideration. The first one, and very important, we are adding our voice to the many voices you have heard about making the internet accessible for the youth. I'm surprised you're not clapping. This is yours. The internet has a transformational power to make a difference. Your Excellency, when we put a tax on it, we're excluding many of our youth. We need to rethink. Your Excellency, we are now working with the National Bureau of Standards so that the products made in this program are certified. And when they are, we will be coming to you to help us create those markets across the country and across the different regions. So barriers to trade, we know you're working on that, but please do continue. It's important. It would be wonderful if the youth of Chigumba can supply the cakes for your office. I think it would be great. So as we seek to continue these programs, I stand here on behalf of Stanbic and make a commitment that wherever the government goes, we will follow and we will partner with you to resolve matters of youth employment and youth employability. Because we release them by the thousands, but are they employable? What can they do? What skill do they have, Your Excellency? It's very important. And we are working as well, and I just want to mention that I've had a wonderful morning sitting with Honorable Sarah, and we're talking about how do we include the youth who are not in the mainstream secondary education, because they're there, and they're part of us, and they're a big part of us, and many of them, because many have dropped out of school now. How do we expand this program that it's, yes, part of schools, but allow for the non-school, the people who have dropped out of school for whatever reason. So as I close, Your Excellency, I want to thank you again for your time. It means a lot to the youth of this country that you take an interest in them and that you're here to support them and to lift them. And it's very, very encouraging that you've managed to spare the time to be here. And I am looking forward to what I hope will be your commitment to walk this journey with us. So thank you all very much. To the competitors, I am very proud of you. Especially, and we all fall in different categories, but for somebody who is comfortable, you have a mommy and a daddy and they're providing for you, and you say, no, I'm gonna go and do something more. And even for those at home who are unable to participate, take heart and take the lesson. You, from wherever you are, there's no monopoly to good ideas. Any one of you can have a good idea, and it can be marketed, and it will be done well. So even those who came second or third, or who didn't make it to the finalists, your ideas are valid. And if you continue working hard, you will make something of yourself. Thank you very much. And now that I've completed my remarks, it is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome Honorable Sarah Mateke to give us a few remarks, but also to welcome Her Excellency. Thank you very much.
Testing. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the PS, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education, the Executive Director, UNBS, the Chief Executive Officer, Stanbic Bank, and our Chairperson, Board of Trustees, the panelists before us today, our teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. I have much honor to be here this morning, and I want to thank Stanbic Bank for the invitation and organizing this very important event. On behalf of Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I would like to appreciate Stanbic Bank, Uganda, for running this initiative of the National Schools Championship that seeks to empower the young people of Uganda. I must say that as a ministry, such initiatives that share our values give us a boost to continue doing the work that supports the people of this country. As you're aware, Uganda has the youngest population in the world, having 78% who are aged below 30 years, and of that, 51% are female. Ladies and gentlemen, the youth are facing serious challenges of unemployment with a rate which is as high as 63%. And of course, due to the COVID challenge, we have had very many challenges. We have had an increase in idleness, sexual abuse, teenage pregnancies, and of course, it has not been easy. According to statistics from Uganda Police Crimes Investigations Department, from last year when lockdown started, we have got 14,000 of our girls being defiled. Out of those 14,000, we have 310 who have been defiled with people with HIV, and 120 who have been defiled by their own parents. So you can see that it is a very big challenge. I want to thank Stanbic because such an initiative will help our youth, will help our girls to be very creative, very innovative, and they'll have the skills that are marketable, and they will employ themselves, and I believe their businesses will be competitive. And from the stories that I have got, Your Excellency, this morning, I realized the 3 stories I have got. The 2 I've heard from here, you can see the story is starting from a single mother. So you can imagine the challenges that our single mothers are going through. Then the story I got from outside really touched me. And I believe when she reaches the podium, everybody will be touched. And I thought that one will be the winner, but let me not copy. Programs like the Stanbic National Schools Championship speak to that pain point of helping the young people to know where they belong and how they can value or can have value for this country. Just like our ministry goal states, to promote employment and productivity, positive cultural values, rights of vulnerable groups,
and gender responsive development. To me, from the few I have seen, Your Excellency, I have seen something very innovative here, the Shuvera, and I believe this Shuvera, we already these are intellectual properties that you have to protect. You have to protect them. To me, all these young people here today are winners because they have created opportunities in their respective communities. As a ministry, we are proud to be associated with programs that are inclusive and do not leave anyone behind. We'll continue to support the initiative as and when need arises and walk this journey together to ensure our young people thrive. I believe it is the responsibility of each and every one of us to support the young people. As charity begins at home, we each have to support these young people close to us and to ensure that they own Uganda's narrative. I want to again thank Stanbic and the partners that have supported you, and Ministry of Education for making this dream a reality for young people. Before I conclude, I had a chat this morning with the CEO, and I requested, yes, this championship is looking at the youth that have gone to school, but we have very many youth who have dropped out and who have good ideas. I wish you'd also create a package for them. I believe they can also compete. I take this singular honor to thank you and invite Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to address us. Thank you for God and my country.
The Honorable Sarah Mateke, the Minister, please take your seats. The Honorable Sarah Mateke, the Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, the Permanent Secretary of, is popularly known as the Permanent Secretary, and also Secretary to the Treasury, and the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, the Chairman, Board of Directors, Stanbic Bank, the Miss Anne Juko, the Chief Executive Officer of Stanbic Bank, and staff of Stanbic Bank present here, the teachers and the students, and dear participants in the 2021 Stanbic Bank National Schools Championship, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by appreciating your interest in inviting us as an office of the Vice President to come here and interact with you and also benefit from the programs that you are implementing as a very responsible institution in the country. We are going to benefit in the way that in so many other discussions that we shall have, we shall use this as a very good example of an institution which has undertaken a very important socio-corporate responsibility of impacting directly on where government is struggling to have an organized way which is institutionalized. And I am happy that the minister herself is here. Your constituency of the youth is what I'm talking about. It's a huge constituency, children and youth. The statistician will tell you how many they are in the age bracket, their age bracket in the whole population of the country. So I want to say that you have touched a correct constituency, and the government appreciates your efforts very sincerely. I also like to thank my sister, Sarah. A long time ago, I was a Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, and it is a very interesting ministry. You will enjoy working with the youth and the children. They are very enterprising, but all the time they need you to talk to them all the time and give them guidance. Let me just read a few lines which I have prepared for you. For instance, parents, teachers, and guardians, we should always encourage our young people, most especially students, to invest not only in academics, but also in extracurricular activities, because it enables the upcoming leaders to build individual and collective capacity and to have meaningful impact on our society. This undertaking is not an event, but a long-term process. So I would like to encourage our teachers and parents that it's very important for us to give these students holistic learning. Learning in class, but also learning outside class. Learning to do what can help us in the boardroom, but also what can help us outside the boardroom. But most importantly, learning what can empower the children in their lifetime, and that is economics or commerce. In 2015, the leadership of Stanbic Bank actualized a wonderful dream of empowering job creators of today and tomorrow. I want to believe that this is when the program started. Since then, through organizing annual national school championships, close to 150,000 students nationwide have participated and benefited from various knowledge-generating and skills-empowering competitions. And I want to appreciate also the data which was given by the CEO, because her figures are actually higher than what I'm reading. I noticed. So I want to appreciate your figures. I will update mine. Thank you very much. When I look at the organic composition of your activities, ladies and gentlemen, this is, in my view, a very big contribution, and you are actually in line with empowering this youth in light of helping government to achieve the middle income status. I was very excited when that girl from Chigumba was saying that they make cakes and they sell their cakes. So what you taught them in the bakery is in the market. And when you say that they should supply cakes in my office, I was looking around to see the protocol lady. I wanted to ask her who supplies cakes in our office so that they can have a conversation with those girls. Because if they can demonstrate that they can do it, it is you and my responsibility to ensure that we can support what they can do. So I will have their contact, and they will have a conversation with people in the office. This year alone, participants address issues of personal finances, branding, business management, health and fitness, and many other areas of interest. What I would like to emphasize here is that they should make it practicable in the world of work. What they do in the boardroom like here should happen in the real world of work. That's what I can only emphasize. But I can note that from the way I see the laid out plan, you are in the right track. And when you realize that you are short of those occupations which you are dealing with the youth, don't hesitate to consult DIT. Minister, DIT is very important for you, Directorate of Industrial Training, because it has occupational packages which you can give this youth, even those outside school, for 3 months, 4 months, and someone starts being very gainfully employed. As a teacher, I would like to appreciate the deliberate and well-laid plans by the Stanbic, whereby knowledge is holistically imparted to students. This ranges from classroom tests, business ideas, ideas execution, virtual boot camps, and business ideas implementation. Today's event is a culmination of all these efforts, and I am glad to be part of this historic event. Amidst all the challenges of COVID-19, you were still able to have this scientific ceremony. I want to appreciate you for making it scientific, and I also had to struggle to make sure that I'm part of this scientific ceremony. I would like to note with satisfaction that what you have been doing since 2015 has substantially enhanced the efforts of government to skill the youth of this country. And I appreciate the presence of the PS of Education. The PS of Education, I appreciate your presence in this very important ceremony. And I would like to encourage you. I've seen one of the placards which is written in my flower there, don't give up. COVID-19 has created a new situation, more challenging than ever before, but I would like to encourage you, PS, don't give up. One of the reasons why I'm requesting you to allow me to leave after making these remarks is because we are going to discuss with the PS of Education his calendar, which COVID-19 has affected, about how we can manage the situation in his sector. So, Mr. PS, we are with you, and you have our full support. So, don't lose hope. You should note that schools are the incubators of our current and future leaders in business, in politics, in religion, scientific discoveries, as you may wish to name them. Despite focusing on schools, however, I'm sure you'll find means and ways, CEO, of extending this program to those young people outside school. I have already mentioned how COVID-19 has created a new situation. I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about. I'm sure every program has a constrained resource envelope, but I'm sure you'll always find a window or a ventilator to reach out to those children as well. On this occasion, I would like to commend the organizers of the annual Stanbic National Schools Championship, and in particular, I wish to thank the Chief Executive Officer, Stanbic Bank, who kept on reminding me that at this time I should be here with all of you. And I am happy that I have managed to be here. I thank you for your dedication to uplift the youth of this country, but also the Chairman, Board of Directors, for your physical presence here. It means a lot to us and to the youth. I also commend all those whose ideas topped the 2021 Stanbic Bank Schools Championship and Grand Final. I congratulate you. May you translate these ideas into operable projects that will underline the empowering of the job creators of tomorrow. And I would like also to add again that government will always partner with you and continue supporting you as Stanbic in your efforts towards empowering the youth and enabling them to see today, tomorrow, and the future. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank you once again for inviting me to participate. And I have said all this for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let me also request you to stay on stage, Your Excellency, and welcome the CE to the stage, and we take a few photos. Yes, some people may think we are lying that you never came. We need evidence. Minister, Honorable Minister, to the stage also, Board Chairman. The young people say, hashtag I was here. That's what we say. Yes. Fantastic. I think Professor Mangen should be in the middle. Professor Mangen is finished. Professor, this side, yes. Very good. Yes. Very nice. I also request you to have the students, where are the Chigumba students? Come. You are taking a picture of the Vice President and you are walking like that. Hurry up. King's College Budo, please come. Quickly. These are the cake people. Those ones. Then there's the Veras. These are the Veras guys. Your Excellency, these ones, they make shoes. I think those shoes would be good for our students in the rural areas, because crossing from, it's these hard to reach areas. Let's put some social distance despite the fact that you are selling cakes. Let's put a cake distance. Beautiful. Very good. Is that enough? Yes. Your Excellency, I also request I take a picture, because I have to show my children that I indeed stood with you. Now, cake lady, come and stand here. Now I can take the picture to the bank and ask for a loan. Very good. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. A big round of applause to the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. Thank you so much. And if you're at home and you're watching, remember that if you're interested in these businesses, you can just talk to us and we'll be able to connect you with the young people who are making sure that they grow these businesses. Chigumba, I want to welcome you back to the stage, because the judges need to fire you some questions regarding your business, but in the spirit of goodwill, you will have 5 minutes to just recap your business and now allow the judges to ask you your questions. Please come to the stage quickly. We shall allow you to go and make sure that we get the children back to school. But before we leave, let's all be upstanding for the anthems. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for coming. We thank you so much. We know that very soon we'll be, of course, sharing the results and the outcomes of today's championship. To give you 5 minutes to recap what your business is about, yeah? And then the judges will ask your questions. Please.
Thank you so much for another chance. Now, we have a program running in our school under the Young Entrepreneurs Club. And the theme is to hell with job seeking. I am so much happy when I see another theme here, empowering the job creators of tomorrow. I am just very happy because it is encouraging me to implement what we are supposed to do. And the SDGs, I'm very, very, very happy that we are helping the government. And when we are helping the government, we are helping ourselves with the citizens. We have been able to end poverty in the least way we can. For example, we have the members themselves are earning some little money, and then the members of the project that are in the different places. And then climate, we are using customized packaging materials which are not polythene, which are not unhealthy to the soils, to the ground. And then also, we have been able to balance the gender in all our operations. We have balanced the gender. We have both boys and girls running the operations of the project. Thank you.
Within the last 3 months of June up to now September, we've made an average total sale of the products approximately 9,100,000, 21,300 shillings. With a cost of production of 6,551,200 and making an average profit of about 2.5 million. We reinvested on other items, other things. We reinvested a total amount of 1,105,000 shillings, and other operational expenses, we used 626,000 shillings. So making an average profit, the total amount of money that we have in hand, that is 838,500 shillings. As the team Kiss Pride Bakers, we look forward in the next 3 months coming as we move towards the peak month. We look forward to making at least an average sales total production of 500 cupcakes per day. And we also look forward to make the total sales of at least 2 to 5 birthday cakes daily. We also look forward to make total sales of at least wedding cakes, 2 to 5 per month. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As Kiss Pride Bakers, you know that we said that we have our major theme to impact the community. You know Kiliandongo is very far. I know the northern region is so much affected with poverty. So to end poverty in our region, we are embarking on training students from different backgrounds. In Chugumba Intensive, we have a population of 1,300 students. But out of this, 25% are on bursaries as orphans, as those members from refugee camp, and also other poor people in the community. So we are embarking to train them so that they can earn something for themselves. Remember, empowering the job creators of tomorrow. We are also empowering other students, we, the team members. We are a team of nine people, so we earn income. Each week, we take something home for ourselves, reserving some income for the business. And also, providing employment to the community. For example, this lockdown, most teachers do not have what to do, especially private section. My dear, it is hell for us. We have employed one of our transport officer, one of our former staff, a teacher, is the one who helps us to transport this product. Are we not empowering job creators of tomorrow? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chigumba. Well done. I can imagine your presentation was really affected. But I'd like to understand what your projections are for the year. I see your projections towards the peak season, but what do you intend to achieve in the next 12 months?
When we look at in the next 12 months, we believe, being that we started our business in the month of June, so we believe that by the next year in June, we shall be able to make at least average sales of not less than 1 million in a day. When our capital investment has grown and we are able to buy good machines to make a bigger oven, and also putting on another, like a standby generator, because power shutdowns are so much, it's a village. So if we do that, in the next 1 year, we see ourselves being that big bakery in the area.
As a follow-up question, have you had cases of stock runouts to the suppliers that you're currently dealing with? What informs your projections?
We have had, especially in the times, now it is rainy season, power keeps disturbing. In fact, sometimes when we work at night. So when power goes off like for 2-3 days, we can sometimes run out of stock because we don't have that standby other source of power. So, but in our projections, we expect to be able to put up something to be able to help us in case of power, like constructing a local oven in the school, which can use the local available materials in case power is not on.
Yeah, first things first, I need to applaud you for the effect that you've had on the community, because I've been there personally and I saw you actually hire some refugees in your business. So that just needs some real round of applause.
Thank you.
Yeah, mine is going towards the marketing aspect. You mentioned you have some competition, some major competition from like Chidawalime and some other big name brands in the area code. I'm wondering, what are you doing differently to try and capture a bigger market share of that population that you had mentioned earlier?
Thank you so much. The Chidawalime you've mentioned is one of them, it's true. And we have another one behind the school, right? And then they come twice in a week. For us, we make on a daily. It means we are making fresh daily delivers and we deliver them ourselves. Exactly, that's it.
Okay, just as a follow-up question as well.
Yes.
I heard you're using technology through social media and stuff, but are you looking to hunt down some of your customers' birthdays that can be listed on like, let's say Facebook or other social media platforms? Are you trying to look and make a monthly plan that my friend Peter, my friend Paul, my friend Sarah, and my friend Thomas have birthdays in the month of February, and I'm going to make sure that I sell at least 3 of them? Are you using technology in that aspect as well?
Yep, we do use, but it will depend on the orders. One will make an order, he or she who wants it will make an order, because those ones, we cannot produce them there, and then we are not guaranteed of the market unless upon orders. That is how it is made.
Thank
you. Yes, thank you very much, Kids Pride Bakers. That will be all for this session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
for Chigumba Intensive. I'm sure they did better than that. So another round of applause for Chigumba Intensive with Kiss Pride Bakers. So for all your COVID weddings, we are sorted. Judge V. I will leave it right there. From the Western region, let us receive Chebambe Girls School with their awesome business ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the team as they make it on the stage.
You can never run out of business ideas, and that is why Chebambe Girls School is back with an even more interesting business idea. They are the finalists in the Western region and would want to find out, how is the maggot business doing? Come with me.
This year we came up with an innovation specially tailored for the farmers who are dealing in livestock farming. So we are producing a feed supplement, and we have called it BS larvae, or black soldier fly larvae.
The production process starts in the fly cages. In the fly cages, this is where we have the flies, the female flies and the male flies. So the fly cage is their love nest. This is where they mate from. So after mating, they lay eggs. We insert cardboards. These cardboards are cracked. This is where the black soldier flies lay their eggs. So after 3 to 4 days, we remove the cardboards and take them to the hatchery. In the hatchery, this is where hatching takes place. These eggs hatch into young larvae. Then we wait for other 4 days for them to grow. Then after the 4 days, we transfer them to the larvarium. This is the feeding stage. So in the larvarium, they eat everything, like everything organic. So after like 2 weeks, this black soldier fly larvae is ready for harvest.
The 500,000 you were given, what did you use it for?
Yeah, we started with the fly cages, as I told you, and we had budgeted 170. Then we bought 30 buckets where you see the larva, the pupa and everything, and collecting as well. Each was 5,000, and that was 150,000. We bought feeds for 40,000. Then cotton and gloves. The cotton is the one you saw in the cages, and the gloves, well, that one was 30,000. And then meals and other expenses for the teachers and us, that was 50,000.
Kilometers. Welcome to Chebambe Girls. Just a few house rules. You will have 10 minutes to make your presentation. After 5 minutes, you'll hear the bell rang once. That means you'll have 5 more minutes left. You may begin.
Being the backbone of Uganda, agriculture employs 80% of the rural community population and 64.3% of the working population. The government has put several initiatives to empower the farmer so that they can improve on household income. For example, this one is done, you take an example of the Operation Wealth Creation, where way back in our villages, in our communities, farmers are provided seeds, they are given livestock and poultry. And at the end of it all, the government is looking at improving the socio-economic standards of the economy. And what they provide to the farmers focuses on the youth and women especially. Unfortunately, it is so sad to note that some of these good programs from the government are frustrated when they do not make it, when the farmers do not make it to the right production. And here, Peli Animal Feed Supplement today come with a voice to change this ordeal. That's why we have discovered treasure from trash. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss out on this.
Yes, in the developing world, rearing of animals and birds is a gateway towards alleviating poverty and enhancing food security. However, this has not been an easy step to achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, 70% of the farmer's income is invested in feeding these animals. But the feeds out there on market are expensive. Some of them are adulterated. Others do not have the nutrient content required for these animals to grow. We did not stop there, ladies and gentlemen. We went on ground and ask and see how deep this problem goes. We managed to speak to 75 farmers. 40 of them were fearing stunted growth. Ladies and gentlemen, 23 of the farmers wanted to quit the business because it's not lucrative. And we also managed to get 12 of the farmers were complaining of a bad smell on the farm and also expensive and non-effective feeds. Ladies and gentlemen, we could not leave our hands tied to such a problem. We came up with a solution. This solution is to rear the black soldier fly. The black soldier fly produces larvae, which is very nutritious, and it does not stop there. It is also at an affordable price for all farmers. Now, you must be wondering, why the black soldier fly larva? The black soldier fly larva has very many unique importances and qualities. For example, the black soldier fly larva is a feed. We have different types of categories of the black soldier fly that we sell. For starters, we have the black soldier fly that we have made to sleep. This goes to the piggery, poultry, and rabbit farmers. We have the dry black soldier fly larva, which we are giving to the maize bran mixers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are planning to make black soldier fly powder, which is for the ruminant animals. I'm talking of goats, cows, and sheep. You can also give this black soldier fly larva to fish, and you are rest assured your animal is going to grow healthy because of the nutrient content in it. I'm talking about 60% of protein, 35% of fat, and ladies and gentlemen, 21% of carbohydrate, nutrients that cannot be beaten out there on market. And it does not stop there, it is also a medicine. In it is contained a lauric acid. This lauric acid acts as an antibiotic and an antivirus. So when you give your animal the black soldier fly larva, you are going to be giving it medicine. It's going to have the immunity to fight against diseases like the swine fever and the common cold. We are not stopping there, ladies and gentlemen. We are also attacking the Sustainable Development Goal of clean water and sanitation. We are cleaning the environment, collecting that organic waste, putting it in our farm and feeding the black soldier fly larva on it. Does it stop there? We do not stop on your poultry houses. We are also coming to your farm, providing for you an organic pesticide and an organic fertilizer as a waste product after feeding the black soldier fly larva.
So everyone must be wondering, how do we produce the black soldier fly larvae? In black soldier fly production, we have three main stages: in the insectarium, in the hatchery, and in the larvarium. In the larvarium, this is where we turn trash into cash by feeding a black soldier fly larvae on organic waste. And this is what we have achieved. We have achieved a step in the production process. Our production is increasing steadily. We have managed to get customers available for our product, and we have managed to come up with a more lucrative plan to increase our production. This is our plan. In 3 months, we plan to shift to a better net shed where production will be increasing. We plan to have an insectarium, plan to have a hatchery. We also plan to have a temperature regulator and a light system. And in our production area, we plan to have 50 buckets, giving us 1,000 kilograms, because in the last 3 months, we've managed to produce 360 kilograms, giving us a profit of 770,500. So in the next 6 months, we plan to have a feeding area. Instead of using the buckets, which are expensive, we plan to have a feeding area which will meet 60% of our customers' demand. Then in 1.5 years, we plan to be in a more effective and constructed area where we shall be meeting 100% of our customers' demand. And how has our business impacted on the community? Number one, we are cleaning the environment. We are collecting the organic waste and putting it to use. We are also providing the farmers with an organic solution, indigenous microorganism, which helps to remove unpleasant smell on their animal houses.
Yes, thank you very much. And now you must be wondering, what is our market? I already told you we have various products. For starters, we have the black soldier fly larva, which we've made to sleep, going to the piggery, poultry, and rabbit farmers. We have the dry black soldier fly larva, which is for the maize bran mixers. Powder is going to be for the ruminant animals. We also have testimonials that we have testimonials that we've collected from farmers that have used our product before, and they are saying it is working. Actually, we've managed, out of the 23 who have been wanting to quit, we've managed to save 3 of them. Ladies and gentlemen, during this pandemic, we've managed to save 3% of the people who are trying to quit this business. And it does not stop there. We have brochures for different farmers so that they can see the quality and how our product really works for their animal. We have social media platforms. For example, we are Peli275 on Instagram. We are Peli Animal Feed Supplements on Facebook. And those numbers there, you can call them and contact us on WhatsApp if you want to make orders. And we also keep up a follow-up on the farmers who have used our product with our WhatsApp group, which is the Farmers Pride. And we are using Tell a Farmer to Tell a Farmer policy, whereby you come use our product and we request you to tell another farmer how the product is working. We are also partnering with leaders for NADS farmers at local level so that we can get to that very farmer who cannot get the internet connection. We are also partnering with Uzia so that we can be able to get the certificate of operation, because our future plans, we are planning to export our product. Ladies and gentlemen, a product that is never going to run out of market. We are looking at investing in the medical sector, whereby these maggots are used in debridement of cancerous woods. This is called maggot therapy. We are going to be venturing into that. You can also give this product to malnourished children because of the content in it. By the way, it is not a vector, nor a pest, so it is very safe for human consumption. We are also going to be investing in the biomedical industry, whereby the lauric acid contained in this can be used to make antibiotics and antivirus treatments. But surprisingly, you can also you can use the lauric acid to make anti-HIV transmission drugs for pregnant mothers. So we will use this in the medical sector. But does it stop there? No. We are also coming to the manufacturing industry. We are making soap and shampoo because the lauric acid is very good for cosmetics. And ladies and gentlemen, Vision 2050 says that we are going to be increase, the population is going to increase to 9.1 billion people. And this is going to be the feed that we're going to be feeding on. So what better way to prepare for the future than now? Yes, and during these 3 months, we managed to produce in 3 months and 1 week. We managed to produce 360 kilograms in 3 months and 1 week, investing 509,500 shillings, making a profit of 770,500 shillings. Amid this COVID-19 situation whereby everything was shut down, ladies and gentlemen, we managed to make profits, and very high profits that have benefited very many people. We are also partnering with agriculture, the Mountains of the Moon University, Department of Agriculture, so that you can do more research on what our product can really do for the people. And out of our marketing means and the unique product, this is how we have also beat competition, ladies and gentlemen. We are also using ICT in branding. We have the social media platforms, and our project is based on research. Most of this work that we got is from research and the doctors that have been posting of what this has all been about, the black soldier fly larva.
And one challenge we've met in our production is predators, but we've managed to solve that using a screening net, so we don't have predators anymore. And how does our business hit the sustainable development goals? Number one, there is no poverty. We are helping that farmer to increase the household income by providing a solution which will help him get his animal on market in a short while. We are also promoting decent work and economic growth. As you can see, this is a clean business. It is helping the farmers, and it is also helping the animals.
Yes, it is also targeting the sustainable development goal of zero hunger. The farmer is going to get a lot of product from this animal, because the animal that was growing in 6 months, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to grow in 3 months. So the profits are going to be very high. That means we are going to be able to get what we want out of it. And the consumers are also going to get very good products at a cheap price. We are also attacking the sustainable development goal of clean water and sanitation, because we are cleaning the environment. With all that waste that is there, we are putting it to use.
Thank you very much, Stanbic girls, for that wonderful presentation. I open up the floor to the judges.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this presentation. It's very insightful, and even doing my own research after you guys pitched the first time, I actually saw that this can actually feed human beings, and they're clean, and that image that used to perturb me was taken care of by the nutritional value that your product offers. Personally, I just love your stats, your partnerships, your books, your marketing, research, tech, SDGs. You have covered a business comprehensively well. And my only question today is, what would it take? Because you have the best business problem that any business person wants to have, meeting demand. And like your demand is higher than the supply that you have. That is that's the best problem a business person wants to have. So my question would be, there are investors in the audience today, and there are other people who are listening. What would it take to meet demand and future growing demand for your business, capital-wise?
Yes, we need 4 million for us to construct the insectarium, to have a lice system, and the hatchery, and we also need buckets, feeding buckets, which will give us 5 kilograms, because we've been harvesting 2 kilograms, so we need 50 buckets, and each bucket will be giving us 5 kilograms per week, which will be giving us 1,000 kilograms per month. And
in addition to that, whatever profit we are getting at the moment, we are reinvesting it. So we are hoping to grow.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm just curious. Have you guys, any of you guys, tried eating the just to, you said, I heard you say it's something fit for human consumption, like that's where we're moving. Maybe you could enlighten me, at what stage is it fit for human consumption?
So it is it is able to be consumed by humans when it's in the larva stage. But we usually recommend you eat it either dry. I have researched, they said you can eat it when it's fried, but this is in our future prospect. So we are still trying to research and see how best they can have this as a feed.
Okay. And then secondly, how are you keeping the farmers from going to substitutes, to other, substitute supplements? Because currently, you've said, you've mentioned it's very clear that you're not meeting the entire demand. So what happens when the farmer is not satisfied? He makes an order for, I don't know, 10, 20 kilograms, and you guys are not able to meet it. So what measures do you have in place to retain such customers?
To maintain such customers, for starters, we're selling shares. So those farmers can buy those shares in our company so that they can be able to keep on growing with us. We are also planning to have trade shows. So if a farmer is partnering with us, you will be able to set up your animals so that you can create business for yourself, but you are also creating business for us. We are also partnering with those farmers. We told you have an organic pesticide and fertilizer from the West. So we collect all the waste rubbish that you call trash, and we bring it to our farm, feed it on the black soldier fly. They live in a chemical, or live in certain chemicals or waste that we give to the farmer. So in those ways, that is how we have managed to keep our farmers to us. Plus, this product, you do not want to run away from it. It is all the things that are good in one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. Well done from the last time I visited. And I have seen lots of your documents, including the Constitution. I'd like to understand if some things have been documented to enable you achieve a standard product every time you're producing. I have not seen that. Has it been done yet? Have you been able to document your processes?
What processes exactly?
Your production processes.
Oh.
Yes, we have brochures. We have a copy with you on your desk. Yes, and the Constitution is right there. We are partnering with the UZIA, And another challenge that we are seeing is having some of those brochures in our local language. So far, we haven't produced in our local language, but we are looking at that.
Is that it? Like you're done asking?
And clarify, have you been able to write down your production processes? What happens from stage 1 to the very last stage, so that even when the 3 of you are not available or present, other people are able to still achieve the very product that you have put on the shelves?
Yeah, we are training people to do this. Putting it down will certainly create competition, because people could get access to what we've put down. So we impart the skill practically into someone so that they can continue on with our process, because we are a big crew. We're not the only ones who have come today. So we're not putting it down on paper, but rather imparting it practically.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just one more question, so that I can get a better understanding of your business. How do your prices per kilogram compare to your substitutes, like the normal chicken feeds and the normal animal feeds per kilogram? How do they compare?
Our prices are lower compared to all the other feeds out on market. For example, we have our biggest competitors are these ones selling concentrates. But their kilogram that we researched for, a kilogram is 4,500 shillings. But our kilogram is 3,000 shillings. We have supplements for fish, that is a kilogram in my community is 5,000 shillings, but our feed supplement is 3,000 shillings.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chebambe Girls, for that presentation.
Chebambe Girls, Peli food supplements. It's such a ride. Judges, how is it for you? From Shruvera to cakes to maggot, now to pesticides. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Busoga High School Kamuli as they represent the Eastern region in the grand finale Startup Challenge 2021.
You know how the Bible says that we are wonderfully and you know how the Bible says fearfully made? Well, the kids at Busoga High School have actually defined this. In your body is a raw material that they use for their business. Let's find out what that is.
We want to take this opportunity to welcome the team from National School Championships to Busoga High School. Right now, we are handling a product as Busoga High School, Feed the Earth. Initially, our dream was to produce a pesticide, but we were struck by the lockdown, and that one made acquisition of our major raw material very difficult. Our major raw material was urine, and we're getting urine from the students here. So when we scattered and went away, we got a bit blocked. So out of that, I sat with the team here, the chemistry teachers and the agriculture teachers, and we thought of using urea.
So is urea better than urine?
It is not better because urine has more acidity. Urea is mild, but like I've said, it is more of a fertilizer.
So Stanbic National Schools gave you some money.
Yes.
When you won. How did you spend that money?
We used that money to pay those guys who help us collect the materials we use. And since now we no longer collect urine, we use some money to get urea.
Begin.
This is Feed the Earth. It produces a pesticide that's purely organic and leaves the soil enriched. I am Long Hayat from Busoga High School, Kamuli.
I am Peter Musson.
Yeah, continue. Introducing.
Chiwaka Priscilla, production manager.
In Busoga region today, there is a crisis. In fact, it's a danger. Farmers have gazetted their land for sugarcane growing. The trucks for sugarcane are moving day and night. Poverty, famine, here and there. This is due to reduction of the arable land. UBO survey of 2020 reported that in Busoga region, 20% of the arable land is occupied by sugarcane growers out of 60%. This means there is a little land left for arable farming. The little land left, therefore, has to be utilized effectively to sustain the required production. Feed the Earth is the answer. It is an eco-friendly meat that enables the farmer to sustainably use the limited land with maximum output. It consists of red pepper, urine, moringa leaves, neem tree leaves, and wood ash. The product refreshes the soil with a variety of organic nutrients. It kills pests such as kabasa that destroys matoke. The offensive smell that comes from the mixture after fermentation for 3 weeks repels off the rodents. Feed the Earth had a multiple effect of a fertilizer, a pesticide, and also aids in irrigation. This is a more significant value that's not comparable with any other in the market. It provides us a one-stop center. The big secret in Feed the Earth is that it's purely organic and environmentally friendly, as a fertilizer can be applicable to all crop farmers. However, it was designed to target matoke farmers, in which in the Busoga region, they comprise 20% household, according to the Uganda National Household Survey of 2020.
This is how our product works. It is applied at the bottom of the banana sucker and covered with soil. Young suckers are dipped into the solution before planting to be pest-free. During a dry spell, a solution is poured in the trench around the plant. We believe we are giving you a product that will allow you to harvest heavy yields from a small acreage of land. The uniqueness about our product is that it is purely organic, no chemical is added to it. The raw materials we used are cheap. For example, wood ash got from every session in Uganda, neem tree leaves, moringa leaves, but the major component is human urine, which is got from every homestead in Uganda, I can say. For example, I can collect like 20 liters of urine within 6 hours from this congregation by the end of this day.
There are competitors in the market, such as Ken Agro and Wisowoka Family. They are, however, inadequate because they either produce a pesticide or a fertilizer. Feed the Earth has a multiple effect. Produce a pesticide, fertilizer, and also aids in irrigation. It is purely organic and environmentally friendly. It is cheap because of the lower production costs. Feed the Earth has high market potential. It can't be limited. According to the UBO survey of 2018, 7.4 million people practice agricultural land. 81.2% and 8% adult males and females are engaged in agricultural activities. This implies a huge market potential for Feed the Earth products.
Feed the Earth is found at Busoga High School, Kamuli. The school has a very wide network of old students. So we advertise our product on the old students platform, and we collect orders. We make money by ensuring that we collect the inputs at lower prices. For example, to produce 1 liter of the product, the following is required. 1 jerrycan at 1,000, sealing 300, harvesting inputs 500, amounting to 3,000, a profit of 1,200.
We have attained some milestone during this year's production activities. One is that we have established a distribution center in Kamuli town to enhance visibility of our product in Kamuli. We have also put up urine collection centers at 3 Malwa drinking points in Kamuli town. You will know, you realize that in the Malwa drinking points, the biggest raw material you can collect there is urine. So we put those collecting centers because when COVID came in and the lockdown came in, our major suppliers who were students were sent away. So as an institute, as a company, we had to design a way of collecting from town. We have attracted a mentorship, a free mentorship service. The manager, Stanbic Bank, Kamuli branch, comes to our company on a return basis to advise us on financial implications and guide us. That mentorship, we can't take it for granted. We have established a demo garden at school. And this garden, we use it to demonstrate to our customers who come to school. We demonstrate this product. We show them how we do activities. They look at it, and that one has inspired us. We have realized an increase in the sales from 75,000 in June to 312,000 in August. We are yet to record September when the month ends. We have realized an increase in production from 60 liters in June to 250 liters in August. We have realized an increase in the profit margin from 20% in June to 19.84 in August. 19.84 may sound a reduction, but given the circumstances under which we operated, the lockdown, restricted movements, for us, that one gave us energy, and we record it as if it is really, again, we have realized an increase in the number of customers from 5 in June to 30 in August. That one gives us hope that we are moving well. We have teams that we work with. Feed the Earth is a company, and it has a team, and this team constitutes of a patron on the top who does advisory role and the liaises between the company and the administration, and it's also an account signatory. We have the CEO here with me. She does the day-to-day management of the business. We have the production manager here with me. She monitors the day-to-day production activities of our company. We have the human resource manager who does the recruitment. She hires the boys that collect for us red pepper, neem tree, and pays them a very, very friendly fee. We have the PRO who does the publicity of the organization. And finally, we have the finance manager who takes care of our funds and is the principal signatory. That's the team that is managing Feed the Earth. We have prospects, an investment prospect that we are targeting that within 18 months from now, we should have constructed a capital base of 2 million shillings. And when we have this, we are expecting that will help us to produce about 5,000 liters on a monthly basis. And that one will generate for us 67% profit margin, which is boom. And I know when we reach that level, then the sky will no longer be the limit. We are destined to real. We want to end with our slogan, use nature to do it. We use nature to do it, protect the environment, eradicate poverty, and enforce good health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Busoga High, for that wonderful presentation. Just two questions from my end. The first one is, what sponsored that exponential growth of in your sales, firstly, from 75,000 to 312,000? And also, what sponsored the growth in production?
The sales, when we started, this product was not known. This is a new product, and the sales were very low. So, like the production manager said, we use the forum for old students. You realize Busoga High School is a very old school with so many old students. So when we advertised on their forum, they linked us and the market expanded. Then the other thing is that we opened up a distribution center in town, so our product generated attention. And that's what made us realize this growth within what I would think a very short time. Thank you.
All right. And the second one, I heard you talk about a few milestones and synergies you've achieved. But just to be clear, with regards to the farmers, do you have anything with organized farmer groups, or is your interaction basically with individual farmers?
We have not generated the attention of farmer groups, but we have large-scale farmers. There is Nambi Farm in Busota. It's a big acreage of matoke, and she has been one of the people who take that. We have an organization. We have a university, Iowa University. It's a branch of Iowa State University from America. They have been doing research. They have been helping us to do research, and they are trying to connect us with the farmer groups they handle, but this one has not yet taken off. That's why I didn't capture it, but it's in the process. We are dealing with the director of Iowa State University in Kamuli to help us, but he says he wants to be certain of quality, and he was asking us to ensure that we get a certificate from UNBS before he can recommend us to the people that he deals with. So that one is along the way coming. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, nice to see you back here. We met the last time we were there, and I told you, plain and simple, that I love the organic nature of your business and the fact that it actually helps the environment. Those are big pluses. And on top of that, the fact that you also innovated and were resilient after your primary raw material disappeared after COVID and went to the Malawi place, yes, so that you can actually get your raw materials back up, was very innovative on my side. But there's something that I mentioned to you when we were that side, and I'm going to just reiterate it for the people who weren't there. What does 1 liter of the fertilizer go for? What's the size of land that it can work on? This is leading somewhere.
Yeah, 1 liter. This one is a concentrated product. So 1 liter is diluted in 10 liters of water. And that one, if the plant is big, if it's a big plant, it can suffice for 1 plant.
Yeah.
But if it is a young sucker, which we simply dip into a solution, because we dip that sucker into a solution so that the pests are killed and then planted when it is fresh. So that one can handle even as many as 20. So
Okay.
that's how it handles.
So what you're looking at is on your packaging, you put 1,000 shillings for the jerry can. But if you upped that price to, like, let's say 4,000 shillings, you would, at the end of the day, buy a 20-liter jerry can, which will, one, for people who have big farms, would prefer to buy that. And if you added a packaging disc, returning the packaging and receiving a discount, they would actually be repeat customers most of the time. And there you'd cut down your production costs, because at the end of the day, these raw materials can easily be gotten. So mostly, I'm guessing it's the packaging that's bothering you. Why haven't you tried to venture into the 10-liter jerry cans, the 20-liter jerry cans, that kind of thing?
Thank you. With the increase in the customers, and now that we are attracting big customers, we are getting orders for big quantities. And our target now is producing and packaging in 20-liter jerry cans. But this one, we had to carry this because it was just convenient for purposes of moving to this center. Otherwise, we couldn't have moved with the 20-liter jerry cans, but that's now where we are going, because we have attracted attention of large-scale farmers who want it in big quantities. Somebody has about 400 plants, so he cannot buy a liter. So that one is where we are now. Thank you.
Well done, Busoga High School. I'd like to understand what the shelf life is for the pesticide. How long, once you have packaged it and taken it to maybe your distribution point, after how long does it take to expire? But also 6 months?
Yes.
But also, how long does it work for once you have applied it in the land or on the sucker directly?
You can apply like today, then after 2 days you apply, or after a week. It depends on how the pest is.
So how long, if someone is growing bananas, how often do they have to apply that specific pesticide in their garden?
Now, like we said at the beginning, this product has been diversified to have the fertilizer component. So like she said, the shelf life is 6 months, but when it's applied for a new sucker at planting time, once you apply, it takes another 4 months before another route of application is made, because it has the element of a fertilizer, and we want the new sucker to come with a lot of energy. Now, for a mature garden, once you apply, you can run for 6 months when you are safe for a mature garden. But for a young garden, which is we are just establishing, we want the suckers to come with energy, so we advise farmers to use 4 months. And from our demo garden at school, whenever they come, because we keep on following, that's what is making us to come to these details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Busoga High. That will be all for this session.
Use nature to grow it. Did you get that? And you all have the nature. I will leave that point there. If you are sitting through this presentation, you know exactly what that means. But well done, Startup Challenge. So PwC now has the results, and they are doing the tallying. We will wait for that at the end. Just before we get on to our next category today, all work with no play makes Jack a dull what? A dull boy. So it is at that point that I will welcome platinum dancers to give us a little play. You know, we need it. After sitting through all these presentations, we definitely need to play. So platinum's dancers, yeah.
My sex herself is the only air that she breathes. And when I look into her eyes, I know that she can never get enough of me. Your body high me like lean. When we do it, skin to skin. And as the rush they increase, I feel the drip.
People, I want the baddest whining song listen to the world. Every girl come out and spread out and wind up.
Bad girl, back it up when you wine pan this. See them tick tock when you wine pan this. Push it right back when you wine pan. Make your fat body clap when you wine pan this. Look back and let over when you wine pan. Give me the room up when you wine pan. Be a like you want fuck when you wine pan. Make the thing warm up when you wine pan. I lick up, 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 I lick up. Press that gas when you wine in, baby. I lick up, 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 press that gas when you wine in, baby. The girl comes from the wine pan Snapchat, but me want see the wine in a real life. Say that a picky if you want to, but you must can't wait for me to want to. Make sure you just see in a good shape, and me come if you wine in a good place. Want a bad cat with a rude waist, so me can bend down she back like a shoes glass. Look back and bend over when you wine pan. Give me the rude up when you wine pan. Be like you want fuck when you wine pan. Make the thing warm up when you wine pan. I lick up, 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 I lick up. Press that gas when you wine in, baby. I lick up, 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 I lick up. Press that gas when you wine in, baby.
Ne pense plus à lui. Tu te fais du mal, s'il te plaît, n'y pense plus. Il a souillé ton âme, toi tu t'es battu. Ton cœur est plus précieux que de l'or. Ne pense plus à lui. Pour un homme, tu ne veux plus voir le jour. Des milliers d'entre eux rêvent de te faire l'amour. Ton corps est aussi beau que l'or, que l'or. Encore tu pleures pour une histoire de love.
Brian.
Let me first check if the stage is intact. When these boys were falling on the stage, I'm like, were they told after this we won't need the stage? Big round of applause. Big round of applause.
To Platinum's dancers.
And I have an idea.
Yeah?
I think Prof, Miss Julie, and Barbara will come and show us.
Yeah.
Yeah? So, next.
Is that it?
They are the ones going to
Signed,
sample us.
stamped, and sealed?
But that boy, does he have how many Panado extras does he use? Rolling your head on that.
Just allow that it is not for you.
It's not for me, definitely.
Yeah.
Everyone has something they contribute. For those of you pitching, I just want to remind you, it's very important. Where's the team from UNBS? The team, please rise to your feet. UNBS is in the house. For context, when they see that your product has the potential, you work and they start on the process of certifying your product. Now, Shoe Vera, I don't know what you're thinking, but let's diversify into hair Vera, all those Veras.
And Palm Vera.
And the Veras.
Yeah.
You can get the stamp of UNBS and start trading today. So, she's there, have a conversation, okay? And see how to progress, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
So don't take this for granted, guys, regardless of what level your business is on right now, isn't it?
Yes. And whoever is watching us online, please share in the comment section whom you think will take the crown in the Startup Challenge. And please tweet, share to as many people as you can. In all those OBs groups, OGs groups, school associations, please share, and share.
That's right. We are done with the startup category.
That is right.
Now we are going to the Biz Grow Challenge. And let's welcome the participants in the Biz Grow segments to come to the stage and pick their order.
Okay. A representative from each school, just to give context, Biz Grow projects were projects that started in the startup category.
Yeah.
And National Schools is not just about starting the businesses, what happens. And exactly that is what we address in the Biz Grow category. There they are mentored and sustainability is ensured to the maximum. So different teams, please send forth your representatives for us to know when you present.
Otinoa, please come to the stage. All right. Okay, Fenon, give me something in the background, please.
Oh, the teams are still praying for their luckiest representative.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so this is Otinoa, Muyenga High School.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Chibuli SS.
Nbara. Okay. Otinoa. Okay. Muyenga Kibuli. Hey. Change. Let's see. Mbale. Okay. Otinoa, what have we picked? Otinoa will be number 4.
Okay.
Muyenga number 3.
Chenjojo
number 2. All right. Mbale SS will be Mbale High will be the first to present. Thank you, guys.
So the team from Bale SS, please make it to the stage. And let's get going.
Fresh.
Welcome. You'll have 10 minutes to make your presentation. After 5 minutes, you'll hear the bell rung once, so that will mean you have 5 minutes to wrap up. You may begin.
Thank you. Kadenge Isaac is my name. Mbale, a place of solution to Ugandan problems. Why I say this, me and my colleagues were brought up and were educated from a chips roadside selling business. We came up with a project. We thought, how can we improve this highly invested, this highly growing sector? That's why we came up with an invention of a machine that peels 10 kilograms of Irish potatoes, washes it, and cuts it to chips within 3 minutes while bicycle pedaling. The increase of demand of this machine became high. We had demands from big hotels in Mbale, demands from the women in the streets. We tried pitching the project in very many platforms. It won awards, but we didn't find the funding to commercialize the project. That's why we came back with my colleagues to come up with an entrepreneurship project that will fund the project. So we started with chips business. We mobilized the 200,000 as the starting capital. We were able to get a boost capital from Stanbic Bank of 500,000. And within a period of 8 months, that money had grown to 10 million shillings. Our business started way back in 2020, in April during the lockdown. But when we came back to school, these abnormal profits were spearheaded because of the following factors. One, we had a potential market base of about 4,500 students. Secondly, Irish potatoes, which was our main product, at that time it was sold at 300 shillings per kilo, but a kilo of Irish can produce about 3 plates, which we are selling at 1,000 shillings. So that one also boosted in our market, because daily we had a customer base of about 500 students whom we used to sell to every day. Then thirdly, we were not paying rent and utilities in school, so we didn't have many costs of operation. That's why we were able to hit these big numbers. So because we are here to pitch to investors, to look for money, business, the backbone of a business is finances, where I'll allow my friend to take us through.
Thank you. Yeah, I forgot to introduce me. I'm Wekisa Samuel. Our journey, our restaurant began with the startup capital of 200,000 shillings, and we got a boost from the National School Championship of 500,000 shillings. So within a period of 8 months, we accumulated to 10 million shillings that helped us to buy the kitchen assortment and the seating arrangements. And besides, you knew us as Urban Taste, but here you were seeing Wicked Delights. How it came about, we finished our exams and we had to open up a branch outside. So unfortunately, we found that Urban Taste were always making the orders online. So the city council registered that name of ours. So it became a challenge to register Urban Taste when we got out. So it came and we went to URSB to register the business. So it was registered as Wicked Delights Restaurant. It came from our surnames, Wekesa and Kadenge. So it is Wicked. That's why you're seeing Wicked Delights Restaurant. Yeah.
Our restaurant has impacted the community in a number of ways. One, since we grew up from school, we had to open up a branch outside school, because all this while, growth was at our center focus. We got a location in town, in plot 79, Bugwere Road in Mbale, and we had to create impact. Why? Because we found already existing businesses in the same line of business, but we had to come up with an innovative way of doing it to beat our competitors. As we are speaking, in Mbale, we do not have an online order platform for food. So to beat this, the first time we were Urban Taste, we tried online, but then someone registered a similar business with that name. That's why we were forced to change our brand. What we did, we came up by impacting our fellow colleagues. We have 10 boys who supply food using skate shoes. They put on this.
The reflector jacket.
Reflector jacket with our brand, and they get 10% of the order they bring. So it is cost effective. We don't put them in a salary scheme. They are motivated to work hard and come and pick more orders. So the product we offer, our menu like is there, and then in our milestone of achievement, since we grew from school and where the facility we were operating for was small, we were able to construct our own facility that is worth 5 million, hoping that as we go back to school, we are going to lobby for a contract to prepare food on contract basis, whereby since we know our market, we have a meal for a student daily at 1,500. Now, if a term has 65 days, that will mean it is approximately 100,000, approximately 100,000. So if a term per student, if a term has 65 days, working with 100,000, we will have 600, we will have about 200 million shillings that will have been raised. But then we sat down and calculated the figures for producing these two. If we are only to target 2,000 students out of the 4,500, if we are able to convince 2,000 to subscribe to our program, we may have 200,000. That's how the 200 million comes in. So the cost of...
Okay, like in addition, those 200 million will come about in the 65 days in a term. Because remember, on each contract, we assume each parent is going to pay 100,000 for each, or for his or her son or daughter. So it is going to be like per day, the student is going to pay us 1,500, of which in a term, one student will be paying 100,000. So in the 65 days, we will be accumulating our revenue, our profit of 200 million. And now, of the 200 million, remember, every day we make the expenditure. We shall be making the expenditure. So we assume every day are going to be spending 1 million because that population is going to be even paying on the human resource, so that million is going to be, okay, covering up all the human resource and feeding. So in a term, we are going to be spending 65 million. Just expect ours will be 135 million as our returns on investment.
Now, since we are here to pitch to investors, we are looking for an investor who is willing to work with us. We are looking for an investment of 20 million with an equity stake of 20%. This money is going to be used in purchasing of more kitchen assortments and finishing the construction of our facility, and also to continue in the running of the other branch outside as we continue to raise money to fund our project, because we are already receiving orders and we cannot meet these orders because it's expensive to have it commercialized.
Yeah, and the reason that made us like to construct this facility, like we were assured of the population, because at first where we were operating, the space was limited. So that's why we had to construct that facility to accommodate that the bigger number of students. Because each day we were like selling to over 300 students a day. Before this one of the restaurant, like going out of school, yeah, we were serving over 300 students. So that's how we managed to be constructing that facility.
Yeah.
Let's welcome your investors and you pitch that stake in your business. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. We told you this is serious business. The judges, give the judges a big round of applause.
But meanwhile, even as they sit somewhere else, not in those seats, they will be looking out for that key. They know what they want, really. They know what they're looking out for the grading to ensure that all this is in place. Yeah. Thank you very much, the big three.
All right, please
Yeah.
welcome with us our first investor from Swangs Avenue, Julius Chaze.
Woo!
Hey.
Woo! 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 Woo!
This is serious business, my friend.
Yeah.
Because as we produce the music, we'll need food.
Oh, our next investor. Are you ready? You ready? Is Kim Kamarere from Damascus Advisory. Woo, woo.
Come on, Kim. Hey. Things are not easy.
It's getting hotter. Time.
So long.
I know. And it's always nice to have you again and again. Please join me welcome Mr. Ronald Mukisa of Enterprise.
So, how much are you selling? How much are you pitching? Please pitch to the investors.
Yes. Thank you once again. We were here looking for an who is willing to do business with us. We are still in the fundraising race. We are looking for an investor who will invest in us 20 million shillings, and we give them 10% equity stake.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions, just for clarity. When you started your presentation, you spoke about, like 95% of your presentation, you spoke about the food, the snack business. But when you started, what intrigued me was the machine. You said you have a machine that washes, peels, and slices under 3 minutes. So I was hoping I'd hear more about that. Then you walked away from it. Then everything else is about the snack, the food place, the restaurant. I'd like to hear more about the machine. Is it your invention? Is anyone else making this machine? Is this a creation that you guys did? And where do you stand? Why don't you speak about this? Because for me, it's two businesses. There's the machine, and then there's the restaurant.
Yes, thank you. Like we stated, the machine, we are the inventors of the machine. It was in a pitching of SESEMAT, National Schools Science Fairs, sorry. It won an award, the best physics project by then. But then, like we said, we come from families that were raised from chips business. So after that exposure, we started getting orders. But the prototype you saw was made from common metal, iron, which because of that washing aspect is subjected to rust, and it's not good for human consumption. So we needed to come up with more outputs using stainless steel materials, which are very expensive. We tried applying for funding from places like Innovation Village. We failed. We tried UCU Innovation Expo. We won an award, but still it was in vain. We applied other platforms. It failed, but because it was our dream, we couldn't kill the dream. That's why we started up the business, the chips business, to run to the fundraising to start commercializing the project. So the prototype is not operating because it is subjected to rust. You can't peel Irish potato using it. But since we have the idea, we want to, because we have already started receiving orders. We have the spot in Mbale gave us an order. We have Wimpy Hotel, but already we cannot because of that. We want to have a stainless steel material that is good for human consumption. Otherwise, the prototype cannot work. So the business is a fundraising project to commercialize the business.
Before Kim goes, for me, that's where the interest was. It's the machine. And maybe in a different conversation after this, if you guys can be clear on what it is that you need in terms of how do you bring that product to life. What were the challenges? Why didn't you do it? You're saying you need stainless steel. Does that mean you need money? So the kind of investment I'll be looking at or even be interested in putting up front for me would be that's the business. The machine, for me, I think that's where my appetite would be. Yeah.
Hi. Yes, I couldn't agree with my fellow judge, Julius, more. I think that when it comes to a restaurant, a chips restaurant, it's undifferentiated. There are hundreds of you and hundreds will come and your barriers to entry are very low. But when it comes to being two young men who made a machine that can peel Irish potatoes that fast, that well in a country in which Irish potatoes are consumed significantly, that's where the real interest is. If you're asking for 20 million shillings for kitchenware in a business you value at 100 million, I would be more interested for you to ask me for 20 million shillings to make a prototype of a stainless steel version of your peeler, because I think that the true value will be in you being a manufacturer supplying your competitors rather than just being yet another chips shop. So like my fellow judge, I would be much more interested in investing in your business if it were the manufacturing business and rather than the retailer. That said, given that it's the retailer that you've pitched, I want to understand two things. One, how do you arrive at your valuation of 100 million? You're offering me 20% stake for 20 million. How do you arrive from the numbers that you shared earlier? You said you anticipate a revenue of 200 million if the schools are open, with a 65 million cost base giving you, including operating costs, giving you a profit of 135 million. Is that per semester? Is that per year? And how do you come to an 100 million valuation for your business from that? That's my first question. And the second question is, as I listened to your pitch, you mentioned what the how good the profitability was when you were still on campus. And now that you've had to move off campus and you have additional operating costs like rent and utilities, as you said, you're amongst a number of competitors now that you're out there, and your guaranteed demand is no longer an option at this time given the pandemic. How has that affected your profitability? Because I want to understand what the profitability of the business will look like today if I'm to give you my money and invest.
One is there are factors that pushed to this abnormal profits. Like we said, while on campus, we have a customer base of 4,500 students. All these ones were our potential customers. So in a day, we could feed about 500 because we only had 2 hours of operation. That is 1 hour during break and 1 hour during lunch. By that time, we were purchasing Irish at 300 and the 3 plates. But what we gave in the figures, these were the future prospect. If we are funded by you to go into the contract basis with the school administration, in that parents will subscribe to the program of us coming in as a private entity to cook food for students in the school, because the school doesn't offer that service. So we are looking at, out of the 4,500, if we are only successful to convince about 2,000 students to subscribe to our program, and we calculated, because we know our customers, we know how much they can afford. So we put a plate of meal at 1,500 shillings daily per person. So if we are able to convince 2,000 students, that is about 97,500, if I'm not wrong. About 97,500. That is per day out of the 2,000. But then we have 65 days in a term. So out of the 65 days is what we had the total sales of about 200 million per term. But then, like we told you, we have the expenses in producing these meals for 2,000 students in a day is about 1 million. So for 65 days, this is 65 million that has been spent. So the balance of the 200 million is what we have now.
Sorry, for clarity, about your expenses on a daily being 1 million, are you able to reduce that to cost per plate? You're selling a plate for 1,000. What is cost on that in terms of direct cost? And then once you distribute your 1 million over, for full day, how much of that is including overheads? Say if you're selling it 1,000, how much of that is net profit? To make us understand it easier.
Okay.
Before we go to the bigger numbers.
Let me answer that one. Now, as we've told you, a kilogram was at 400 Remember, we are from the original source of Irish. Eligoni slopes.
No, we just want cost per plate.
Okay, cost per plate. Each kilogram of Irish was giving us 3 plates. And we're buying like a kilogram at 300, which means on 1 kilogram, we're getting a profit of 2,700. Yeah.
Not really, because you're not selling raw Irish potatoes. You have costs of oil, salt, you have costs of other things, right?
Maybe to clarify on that, here we are looking at food. There he's talking of fries. Fries are not satisfactory. In food, we have already started developing suppliers who supply food product in bulk. For example, they will be in bags of maize and beans and rice. So that's why we scaled it in bulk. We don't need to break it down to a single person. That's why we came it in bulk. Because you may find that a bag of maize, a bag of flour is at 180,000. So that's why we are scaling it in bulk, because the other things that are needed, we have fuel, that is firewood. We have maize, we have beans and other spices. And also the labor, all of it total. That's why we just put it as the inputs per day.
Okay, but just to advise you, you need to have a product cost card per plate, because for every product you sell, you have a variable number of products you can sell in a day. So actually what you need to do is create a cost card per plate. It's the way that you'll always ensure if you are profitable or not profitable.
Great. First of all, congratulations for keeping the business going. It's absolutely exciting to see that you started business in school and you're still in it. The images are amazing. I think very few people push. So I want to congratulate you on that. I guess I'll join the other judges in saying that machine is quite interesting. So it will be nice to hear more about it. But I guess I have just a couple of questions specifically on this business you have chosen. The first one is the contract with the school. A lot of your business is seated on being let in by the school to do this business. So I just wanted to hear from you whether that contract is documented and how solid it is for it to be able to push through. Because if you have the access to the 4,500, will you have a monopoly status within the school so that the school says no one will take it? Want the headmaster develop interest in that business when it is successful? I want to hear from you about that. And then secondly, I would want to hear about this plate of 1,500. Is it just the chips? Is it all kinds of food? How sure are we that you can maintain that cost structure across a certain... I don't imagine that you're going to give people chips every day. I think the final question I will ask is the willingness for the parents to pay in advance. You talked about 100,000. How willing are parents to pay in advance? And if the parents pay in advance, they pay you the 100,000, why would you need an investment? If I'm a parent and I give you 100,000 at the beginning of the term, I've totally capitalized your business for the next 3 months. Why would you need an investment when the parents are going to pay in advance? Those are my questions.
To start with the first question, you've asked for documentation. Like we said, we started as Urban Test. We registered the business to Wicked Delights. We have our business retainee, the Masanga and Companies Advocates, who has helped us in drafting memorandum of understandings that is in place with the administration. We have some of the papers with us. Then secondly, this is an investment. That's the reason the school is coming in, not charging us the utilities like power and water. Thirdly, because of COVID-19, initially before COVID-19, students used to go outside the school in the market to have lunch. But right now, no student is allowed to leave the school. So students can't stay hungry the entire day. So if we come in with this kind of a program, parents will find they will find it a profitable motive to them. Because now, if students are not moving, they will have no choice but to subscribe to us. And already we have the talks with the administration. It is awaiting approval with the Board of Governors.
All right, I think our time is fast spent. I'll ask the judges to tell us whether they are investing, the investors, to tell us whether they will invest, and then we'll move.
I like you guys are, I think you're really up to something. I think you're intelligent, you're smart. I like how you present your stuff. But you're struggling with your numbers. You don't have any guarantees on whether this is viable. Like Ronald asked, can you guarantee him that the headmaster won't get excited and get into the business? Like for any investor, they'll need that as an assurance. So for me, for that and the other two reasons I mentioned, my interest would have been in the machine and not this business. So I won't be investing in your business.
I'd like to say that what I really like about you, and in the spirit of the theme of the championship, what I like about you is that you started with one idea, a very good idea, you operationalized it, and then it couldn't quite work, and you pivoted. And I like that. I like the resilience that you show as entrepreneurs, and I think that, for me, that gives me a lot of hope that you'll be successful. So, that said, I'm not very keen to invest 20 million shillings in a restaurant. I think that the amount that you're asking as an investment is too high, and for cookware and whatnot, when you don't have in place a guaranteed setup already in the school, it's too big an investment, I think, to take on at this time. What I would have offered you would be, if another judge wanted to join me, 2 million today for 20% of your business. But if at the point at which I've received 6 million of profits, I would have returned your shares to you at no cost. But since that 2 million alone cannot buy your cookware, it's an offer that you may not be able to take up. What I will also say is that in the future, when you look to operationalize the pillar, I'll be very keen to invest. Find me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I think I'll join Kim and Chaze in first of all thanking you for being here. I'm interested in the contract. If you have a contract with the school and it shows the school is giving you monopoly status in those with 4,500 students, I would like to have a conversation. So I guess that, as Kim has mentioned, we can discuss exactly the amount for that equipment you need. But I believe that that's the key thing. If the school can give you the space, the financing will come. Possibly you won't need us if you can get advances from parents. But I believe that I'm keen to participate if we can nail that contract. Thanks a lot for your time, and I will release you now. Thank you.
Thank you.
The negotiations are hot like a heater. Well, speeching and 5 minutes of Q&A. Join me as we welcome Chenjojo SS. Chenjojo SS as the next school in the Biz Girl category.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nyangoma Grace. I'm the patron teacher of the Multi-Soapers Solutions. We are from Chenjo JSS. We are makers of a bold repel mosquito repellent soap, and this soap has the potential of helping the world achieve SDG 1, 3, and 4. With me I have Sharon and I have Lucky, and as soon as you're ready, you can signal to us to start. Thank you.
We are kicking malaria out of Uganda. I'm not a sadist, but I feel like one now as I wish all of you a good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that according to the 2019 World Malaria Report, Uganda is still the third highest contributor of all malaria cases? Did you know that Uganda is the seventh highest contributor of all malaria deaths in the world? Did you know that malaria is the leading cause of illness and deaths in Uganda, with a total of 13.4 million cases confirmed in 2019? Did you know that Africa contributes 94% of all malaria cases in the world? Evidently, all of this gravely impacts on health and productivity. It's time to organize, not to agonize. No more malaria in Uganda, no more malaria in Africa, no more malaria in the world. For the bold repel mosquito repellent soap is your cheap and easy to use solution. At just 3,000 shillings, you protect you and your loved ones from the deadly malaria. Just buy the bold repel mosquito repellent soap. Simple concept, right? But with an outstanding impact. Some people say that creatively, they wet it and rub on their bodies, and it still works. We have thousands of documented success stories, and one of them are around here. The bold repel mosquito repellent soap is our contribution to the country's fight against the deadly malaria. This miracle soap is made from natural, local, and edible repellent materials, and therefore safely prevents the mosquito bite. Thus, you are protected from the bite. And boom! You are protected completely from the deadly malaria. No one here sits in a hotel, a bar, or watches a TV in the sitting room with a mosquito net hanging over your body. Don't slap yourself or keep clapping to kill mosquitoes. People may think you are mad. How many of us have discovered or even killed a fully fattened mosquito in the net in the morning, full of your blood? Night, because sometimes mosquitoes enter mosquito bed nets before we do or find us there.
So we are here to fill the gap. We, the multi-soapers, are the proud manufacturers of the bold repel mosquito repellent soap, with obvious prospects to supply government and private hospitals, pharmacies all over the country and beyond, schools, prisons, refugee camps, baby homes, families, and individuals. Oh my God, we are in business. We are also targeting areas with many mosquitoes, such as Kasese, Bundibujo, Lugazi, Ginger, among others. Oh, how have we grown into this business? Listen, ladies and gentlemen, having graduated from using soap dishes as soap molds, we now have only 4 modern soap molds. And with these 4, we are able to invest 24,000 Ugandan shillings to produce 24 pieces of soap per day at a production cost of 1,750 Ugandan shillings with packaging, and sell it at 3,000 shillings, thus making a profit of 1,250 Ugandan shillings. Our equity at the moment stands at 2,137,200 Ugandan shillings. Our total sales are 2,365,700 Ugandan shillings. Our total profits at 990,000 Ugandan shillings. We have a physical address in Chenjojo town along Nyantungo Road, and in August alone have made sales worth 147,000 Ugandan shillings because of being physically in town. We are registered at the district as an association and so operate under Chenjojo Multi-Soppers Association as a marketing strategy. We are fully registered with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau as a marketing strategy and the first step to the UNBS certification process. We already have a promising funder for the UNBS certification process. That is an advantage to us.
Just wrap up in the next 30 seconds.
With therefore, we invite an investment of 7 million and a grant of 1 million to invest 50% in materials, 30% in molds, and then 20% in marketing. And this will help us to grow our production to 100%, marketing to 60%, and profits to 60%. We are talking about a unique soap that is the first of its kind in Uganda. I'm telling you, this soap has no market limits because our competitors are soap-making companies that make scented or medicated soaps. But our soap goes an extra mile to repel mosquitoes. Therefore, we should fight malaria out of Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chenjojo SS. Very impressive. I like this business a lot because I run a similar business. I'm a manufacturer as well. One of the biggest suppliers of repellents to government, actually.
Thank you.
So while my fellow investors might make you offers, you might, I'm trying to shoulder them off a bit. Question, it's around use. Because ideally when we use soap, we rinse it off. Are we going to apply this soap on the skin and not rinse it off?
Okay, I'll answer that. When you buy this product from us, you can either bathe it or, I'm saying or because some people prefer to smear it on their bodies. Now the people that prefer to smear it on their bodies first wet it and then they just rub it. Now when you do that, it means that, people may think you don't want to bathe, but you may be at office and maybe it's late and you want to go out, pass by a certain pub in town. You just go to the restroom, wet it and rub yourself, and then that is enough. There are people that have told us, this is information from one of our clients. One of them has told us that he prefers to cut a piece, which we didn't know that could work, by the way. He prefers to cut a piece, put it in a bucket, and then put some little water, make some little foam, and the soap is working very well. So that is one of our success stories, meaning that there are so many ways of using the soap. You can tell us what you can do with it, maybe after you have bought it and used it. Thank you very much.
So just for clarity, you're saying I'm going to wet the soap,
yes,
make foam, put it on my skin, and not rinse it off.
You're going
because
to wet
that's usually the downside with repellent soaps, and it's been a big barrier because people still want to put their nice lotion on their skins and all the other things. Naturally, people want to put soap on their skins and rinse it off, but
yes,
for repellent, it has to stay.
No, when you bathe it, for us we advocate for bathing it because that's why we made it. That one, it helps you with hygiene.
So when you bathe and rinse, is it still going to be effective?
It stays on your skin for up to 6 hours. Okay. Yes.
What natural oils are you using or ingredients for the repelling?
We use, like I said, edible materials. We use onions. If you research, you find that onions are very good for your skin. We use aloe vera. It's also very good for the skin. People don't know that it's a repellent, but it is. We also use tomatoes, and you all eat tomatoes, right? So they are also good for the skin. We use lemongrass, which is also very good for your mind because it's an anti-stress agent. So all those are what we put in the soap, and then we make it mosquito repellent.
And you're still able to keep your production cost under 30%?
very well. Because when you look at the tomatoes and onions, aloe vera, they are not expensive at all. They are not expensive at all.
You want to use 30% of the investment for 20% for molds. You want to invest in molds. Where are you buying your molds?
We as I told you, we only have 4 molds, 4 modern molds. They are silicone molds. And that has limited our production to only 24 pieces a day. We wish to multiply that by even 200. If we can produce 200 pieces a day, it can be able to have more impact on our community.
How much are you buying a mold at?
I beg your pardon?
How much is each of your molds?
Each of our molds
It's 45,000.
Are they done
shillings.
locally?
Okay.
Are they manufactured locally?
Yes,
No.
they are manufactured. We buy them from Kampala. Buy them from a supplier in Kampala.
For my 7 million, you did not mention the size of equity that you're willing to offer.
Okay, we
How
are
much more?
offering you 10% of our shares for a period of only 2 years. Yes, not forever, please.
You really want to use me, eh? I'll make you an offer after Kim and Ronald. Let me do the numbers while they.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hi.
Just to clarify, you're offering 10% stake
Yes.
for 7 million shillings.
Yes, please.
So you value your business at 70 million shillings today.
We value our business at much more because there's a lot we have invested. We have invested a lot of time, a lot of brain, a lot of many things.
That's
So,
true.
yes.
But the value of your business is a function of the profitability of your business, not the effort.
Okay.
So you cannot, I can say I've worked so hard, I've spent 3 days cooking my husband, my value today is X. Doesn't mean that's what I'm going to receive.
Okay, fine, yes.
So that's a quite high valuation. I agree with my fellow judge. I like the business because I like the issue that you're addressing is an issue, as he very eloquently and passionately told us, is an issue we face every day in our country. And I like, in theory, what you're trying to address. In practice, I have questions that I would like answered, just like Julia said about how a soap, how long the repellent quality remains on a soap, if it can go the whole night. Because for the people who are using this soap, they are going to be comfortable that they're using a repellent and most likely not sleep under a net. So to make sure that they are safe for the entire night. I have questions about safety on skin because your ingredients sound very astringent and different skin types. It sounds like it will dry out your skin. So as you go through the UNBS process and so on, I'd really like to understand how you're taking into account not being a drying factor on skin. But over and above that, I think I like the business. I would be keen to make an investment. I know that my fellow judge has said he's already in the repellent business, so he's the guy for you. I would say that for me, I'm in the driving sales and scaling business.
Okay.
I've been investing in entrepreneurs for 15 years. You're telling me in August you sold what comes to about 60 pieces of soap. If I come on board, we will be selling more than 1,000 pieces of this soap every month.
Yes, please.
However, for my expertise, I will not be investing 7 million at 10%. So you would need to rethink if you are willing to take a lower offer. For that 10% stake, which is the kind of stake I would be interested in, I would probably invest 1.5 million shillings. And I would be willing to invest up to 3 million shillings in your business for 20% of the business.
For 20%. We'll take it.
You may get other offers, maybe give it a
We'll
second.
take it if we don't get a bigger.
And to be clear, mine is not. You said that the equity expires after 2 years. My stake will be my stake until.
That is serious.
It's an equity stake. Equity stakes should not expire. So that's my offer.
Okay. We'll take more.
Thank you, Kim. I was worried for Mr. Chaz. The business is being taken. But it's exciting business. I think I have a couple of questions. And then I'll share what I think I want to put on the table. You mentioned that you are an association, not a private company. So how does this equity stake how do I know I have it?
Okay.
Am I becoming a member of the association? Just a couple? So am I becoming a member of the association, or I take a size? Is the business registered as a private business so that we can know which size of equity we are taking? And then I wanted to hear more about the demand that exists. How many orders do you have that you are currently not satisfying? Those are my two questions.
Okay, I'll answer the first one first. I've forgotten the question. What was the question again?
Let me help you.
Just one word about the question once again.
There is association versus private company.
Okay,
You're
yes.
offering us a stake.
Yes, so we
but
have
you mentioned
we're operating under an association. An association usually has activities. So this is one of our activities in the association. Now the business is not the association. The business is only an activity under the association, therefore it stands on its own. And we hope to have, as an association, we can have as many activities as possible, but we are concentrating our effort on this particular business at the moment. So you are protected. The other question was about the marketing.
the demand
As
that
the
currently
demand,
exists.
you can see that, like we have told you, very many people are dying of malaria. We have very many orders which we cannot. We have people from Kampala, we have people from Jinja, we have people from Ntoroko that have invited us to camp there. So we need to produce. We really need to produce. And if we don't produce, we have no product.
All right.
To add on that, the reason as to why we registered this business of ours as an association at the district level, it was purposely for fundraising and marketing strategy. Because as Chenjojo District local government, they cannot allow any business to operate, yet it is not registered at the district level. So there are some of the things we didn't have by that time. So we decided to register it as an association, but I'm assuring you the business is privately owned by we here.
All right, I think I will allow Chaze to come in because he's about to put money. But with the offer which I'm putting on the table is if Kim gets you the 1,000 pieces and Chaze gets you into his networks, me I want to give supplier credit. I don't want to, I rather want to advance money. If you have an order from Kim and Chaze and you need money to produce quickly, I'll put money on the table for that. So that you can be able to produce.
Thank you so
and
much,
you'll
sir.
pay, mine will be a loan, and you'll pay me back on agreed terms.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
That's so good, actually. We supplied this soap in Chenjojo police station at the barracks. So as we were there marketing, we met a CID officer, and that CID was from Ntoroko district. He was absolutely interested in the market and in the product because he told us that the separate thing or the surprising thing in Ntoroko, that when you are even eating from outside during evening hours, you are at risk of even eating some mosquitoes.
All right.
But by that time, he advised us to go and camp there at least for a month. But then,
yeah, so
we are small.
certainly if you have the LPO, an order is made, money is needed to finance the production,
Yes.
I'm willing to come in at that point. But I'll hand over to
Thank you
Chaze.
so much.
It's a follow-up to what Ronnie asked. But I'm still not comfortable with the ownership. Can you, in half a minute, explain to us, like, who are you guys? Like, you know, what does this entity look like? Looks like it's an association, looks like a private company. How many are you? How many directors? Who makes decisions and all that?
So we have five people that own the business. They are students. There are 5 people that own the business, but the association has 17 members. That's why we're telling you that the business is different from the association. It's only a segment of the association. Because
So the business
it's an
is
umbrella.
registered and is owned by 5 people,
The
right?
business is registered. We have a certificate of registration from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau.
How many shareholders?
We will have very many shareholders in future. But at the moment, we are saying we are 5 people. We can
What-
have
what do you
partners
mean-
because
what do you
our,
mean you'll
partners,
have
our
many?
partnership deed allows us to invite others in case we agree on increasing. So you can be a partner.
So if I invest now, there's a likelihood that tomorrow you're going to invite many other people, and then all of a sudden you might end up, 20, 30
No,
shareholders.
we are very careful not to do that, sir.
So I need to understand what that procedure looks like.
The procedure of
Of
having
inviting people. Are you trying to raise capital when you invite these people? Are you bringing friends on board? Are they bringing value to the business?
it's about value to the business.
Who makes the decisions? Like, where do you guys sit, the three of you?
We sit and we agree. We sit and we agree.
We sit and agree. Actually, the partnership deed of this business is between us, we 3 people who are here. And then the other 2 people are also members because we started with them the idea. But they have not been participating as well, but they are still our members. So we are only 5 people in this business.
How are those shares split? Like what's the size of your equity in the business?
The equity we have.
Equity.
No. For you, like, what's the shareholding
percentage stake.
percentages for each one of you guys? And the reason why this is important, guys, you don't want to put money and then end up in, a mess with shareholders and, people fighting over equity and all that. So it's important that we know our future business partners.
It's 30%.
Yours?
Yes.
As an individual?
Yes.
And hers? 20%.
I have 5%.
So that's 55%. So where is the other
We have
45?
2 other people that are not here.
Okay.
That we are representing.
Okay.
Those 2 who have not come.
And you speak on their behalf comfortably.
Yes, please.
And you're happy to give away their equity now, and there won't be issues, yeah?
We are here to seek investment, so they have allowed us to do that, sir.
Okay. I'll give you 4 million for 30%, and it doesn't expire. Just like Kim said, my equity is my equity. What I do with that, But I also want you to consider an option where you take both of us. Because from what Kim is saying, she has expertise that I might not be able to give you, but also you were able to get a lot from me. So I think the suitable situation for you guys is if you had both of us on your team, the level of expertise, the knowledge and all that. I think it's not my decision, but it's something that you guys maybe should consider. But
also, I would like to say something to add to that.
Yes.
Your structure made me very nervous, and I was going to rescind my offer. But if Julius comes in, I'll be happy to work with him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All this is dependent on us doing all the necessary background checks.
Yes,
Make sure all this checks out. The SOP works, the structure of the business, the levels of integrity are good and all that.
Yes, please.
Yeah, but we'll commit to that.
Thank you very much. Yes?
So you have an offer, 7 million, for 50% of your business. 30% for Mr. Chaze. Kim is taking 20%. And when the business works, I'm coming in with the loan. So...
Can I also come in as an agent of the SO?
So deal or no deal?
May I say something before we say that? One, our business is a consumer-focused business. That we are making a product that we are sure is changing the world generally, because we are dealing with malaria and we're talking about figures of 13.4 million people.
No, we totally agree with you.
Yeah, and therefore, I would like to request you to put in some consideration, because we are not only making money here, we're also serving the world, right? So if we are actually serving, like, humanitarian people, you can do something about that. We can.
I think the word humanitarian in business sometimes gets a bit confusing.
I know, but still you can.
So you have an offer, you can consider it. It's an offer, 7 million shillings on the table, 50% of your business, with lots of expertise on sales, lots of expertise on the business itself, the technical part of it. And that means that your stake is also going to grow because these two people are getting on board.
We'll take it.
We welcome that.
Thank you very
Are
much.
you sure you'll take it? You can have a moment
and
talk
about it.
about this. The investors are here. We have maybe 1 or 2 hours. You can live with the deal or not live with the deal. You can call the other 2 people who are not here. Yeah, but the investors, man, I wish I was this side. I would tie on you guys.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Brian, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
But just a reminder that we have 5 minutes of pitching and 5 minutes of Q&A. So next team, Muyenga High School, are we ready? In the meantime, Brian, what's your best business so far?
I'm intrigued by the soap repellent thing, because even me at my house,
You're like,
you see the mosquito during the day. And having done some health communication and understanding how mosquitoes, move the malaria parasite, it's so intriguing to see that there are people who want to invest
and thinking of a solution.
and think of solutions. But I'm also intrigued that the team, you have a sales strength here. You have someone who is already doing the business.
Yeah.
Then you have Ronald, who, what do they call that? Invoice what? Invoice discounting, is that what it's called? Yeah, because we also experience that where they give you the job, but you don't have money to start. So you go to what young people call a money lender. So you have Ronald, the money lender.
So it's a whole package.
It's an interesting combination.
Yeah. So 5 minutes of pitching, 5 minutes of Q&A, Muyenga High School. It is your time to shine.
Thank you so much. This is Muyenga High School, and my name is Nansubu Galidia Latifa, a girl advocate by profession, and this is the Muyenga High School Urban Farming Consultancy Group. Being a girl who is advocating for the rights of girl child education, but coming from a poor background, I've been able to study with the help of support from a sponsor. But unfortunately, my sponsor died of blood cancer. It being a fact that I come from a family that does not value education of a girl, this exposed me to an unwanted marriage. But it being a fact that I attained knowledge about urban farming from Muyenga High School, I used this as a skill. I started up urban farming at my home. Right now, I'm able to grow food, feeding my family, dealing away with the problem of poverty. I'm able to grow food, sell some, get money, and attain an education on my own because I pay my fees. And I'm able to empower other girls that marriage is not the solution, but rather attain a skill that will develop your future and even help you compete in this world of competition and find a job. So through the Muyenga High School Urban Farming Consultancy, we have been able to change the different mindset of people who do not know how to farm. We have been able to help the rich class that we are growing vegetables with healthy herbs that they can use to prolong their lives. How do we work? We train different people. We go into the community. We are hired for our services and paid a fee. And we educate these people. They go back and practice. They go back and farm. They go back and rear rabbits. So in the long run, they harvest, they sell. For the ladies, we save money because I believe we all do eat nonso. Ladies and gentlemen, we eat food having tomatoes, having onions, but most times we tend to buy this food. So with the Urban Farming Consultancy, we are telling people that you can grow this food yourself. You can grow this food in the very things that are polluting our natural environment. So as you can see, my dear judges, before you we are having plastics. we are having no-me baskets, we are having boxes. And these are the very things that are polluting our natural environment. But through urban farming consultancy, we are bringing use back to those things. Fighting climate crisis through a climate action that is urban farming. So in the urban farming consultancy group, we are offering skills. We are offering a lifetime skill that is going to help each and every one of us live an economically independent life, be able to grow organic food safely, prolong life and increasing on the lifespan, and as well, create job creators of tomorrow, which is today. Right now, I'm an empowered girl. I've been able to do away with my unwanted marriage, and I'm able to stand out and say that indeed, educating a girl is educating a nation because I'm looking after my family. Next.
Thank you. My name is Chintuerias, and I'm the finance manager of the Muyenga High School Urban Farming Consultants. To show you briefly how we make money in our project has 3 major ways of how we make money. Through the consultancy, through the garden setup demonstrations in our school, and through the rabbitary. Then to show you what the milestones we have achieved so far, we have actually brought in new technologies. We have started setting up gardens that we did not have. We are having the kitchen gardens, we are having the food towers. We have actually even got the rabbitary in school that was not there. We have taught the students have gone to the communities, they have also taught in the communities, and actually our market is expanding day and day because we know that what we train in school is taken outside, and what is taken outside expands every day to each community in this country and in this world. And even we have other marketing strategies of our business. We have the social media platforms. We have visitations to other areas. Like right now, it is my platform to introduce to you the urban farming consultants that is in Muyenga High School. My dear judges, we are here to request for an investment. We are requesting for at least a loan of 7 million, that this 7 million is going to be invested in a machine that we have seen a problem in our communities that we need a machine for making tea spices. And these tea spices are going to be a substitute to the organic vegetables, are going to be a substitute to the lemongrass. If you don't want the raw lemongrass, you take the tea spice. And with this, we are going to give you a 10% interest rate per annum. With that, thank you.
Let's give them a big hand clap, please. Thank you, Muyenga High. Shaze, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, guys. I'm struggling to find the product that you're selling. I hear the need, the good stuff, the stories behind you guys, the entrepreneurs. But I was waiting for the bit where you tell me, so this is what we sell, this is what we get, this is the price, this is I've struggled to see the business. I know the spice, the concept of urban farming. A lot of cities are picking that up, Singapore and all these places. But I need to understand what the business is. What is, are you selling seedlings? Are you, that's where my struggle is. I don't know if you guys were able to pick that up, but I don't see the business.
Thank you very much for that wonderful question.
I think let's get the questions. You answer them once, and then we'll get the offers.
Oh.
So Kim, you could also.
I mean, it's the same feedback. At the very end, in the last 30 seconds, you requested for money for a machine to make spices, which is not at all related to what I'd had before. So I don't really see, the pitch has not really been about the business and that particular machine and what it can make and what its potential is and sales and profitability. I don't know, so it's impossible really for me to assess its value and to do the numbers. So that's my feedback. I think you need to answer that question really for me to even consider making an offer. But what I would say, beyond money, I think what we bring to you as Stanbic Bank, and of course specifically as the judges, is experience. And I have a lot of experience in this area as it happens by pure chance. About 6 years ago, I worked with a farm called Urban Harvest, which initiated this urban farming in Kampala and helped start with KCCA, the National Union for Urban Farmers. and they do very well. They do similar to you, but thousands and thousands of different products that they sell, that they congregate urban farmers and sell that produce locally and abroad. So what I'm willing to volunteer at this stage is to introduce you to that network and for you to come and tour their demonstration above urban farming and greenhouses in Kira, which may give you connections or people you can do consultancy work for, new products, source seedlings, etc. So at this stage, that's what I can offer.
Thank you, Kim. I think I'll add one final question, then you'll answer once. Thanks for the presentation. I think I share the concern of my other investors. But I wanted you to explain specifically when you talk about the business of where the money is being made. For example, what does it take to set up one garden? You may find that within the room here, you have enough customers to be able to fund that machine you are looking for. So if I wanted a rabbit farm with a bit of that I see in your pictures, what is the cost and how can I be able to access it? And then we can take it from there, please.
Thank you, my dear judges. I would like to first thank Judge Kim for that opportunity that is going to be given upon us. Then to go back to the questions, you were asking of our product. Our product is consultancy. We sell out the skills. We sell out these skills to the people in the urban areas, in the rural areas, those people who think that you cannot grow anything on space, in small space, those people who don't know that you can even grow something you're going to eat tomorrow where you have flowers. For example, we have a certain tree there. Everyone is looking at, but what if it was a berry? Wouldn't people be harvesting if it is mature? So, my dear judge, how we make our money in consultancy is simply in two different ways. It is both at school and then in the community. At school, we have a total expenditure of 15,000, and then each person that comes in, when that person is in a group, for example, a group of 20, we give them a discount of 10%. What does that mean? That 2 people of that group won't pay. This means that we shall get the 18 people, then times the 20,000 we are going to cost at each head. That will give me 360,000. And that will be the income I'll get from that group. To get the expenditures from the income I'll get a total profit of 345,000. So this will show me that I'm earning from a less expenditure. I'm earning from a skill that was passed upon me. Then to go in community within a radius of 5 kilometers, my dear judge, we have to use transport to get out of school to go there. So the total expenditure there is 80,000 Ugandan shillings. And this is divided in a way that we use the 50,000 for the transport costs, that is to say the fuel. We use the 20,000 for extra costs. These extra costs, we have airtime, we have manila papers to use, we have markers, and then we use the 10,000 to be the refreshments for these consultants that are going to come and explain and train you on what you're going to do. And in the community, we decided to give our customers a percentage, a 5% discount in a group of 20. This will mean that only 19 people will pay, and each head is charged 25,000 shillings. To add on that, my sister can add on that, the human resource manager.
I think touch on the question which was asked first, yeah? Where is the business? How much is coming in currently? How much are you spending?
But the question that was asked by Judge Chaze of how much the business is bringing in, we can say that at the end of the time, the business is bringing in at least a lot of profits compared to what we have, let me say, invested in. As my fellow colleague has mentioned, that if we are to prepare a consultancy in school, we are to use 150 Ugandan shillings. But if we are to, let me say, make people pay, we leave outside 2 people and a group a group of 20, 2 people will not pay, and the other 18 will pay. So we get that 15 times we get that 18 people times the 200, is it? 20,000 shillings. So that is how we make our profits. And in the outside, we can see that inside we make profits of 100,000 shillings, but outside we are making profits of 200,000 shillings.
So how much?
Apologies to interrupt you, but I think that the challenge that we're having as the judges, we understand how the consultancy business earns, but what you're asking for money for is a tea spice machine. So I think we are trying to understand the numbers of that machine. You say you want to buy it at a cost X. How will it make money to pay back? Or are you planning for us to invest in the tea machine, but you're guaranteeing us that you'll pay us back with the consultancy? I'm just not understanding the connect, right? I think that's what we are struggling with.
Okay, thank you. To look at that question of the machine, as currently we expect to earn more than 4 million, that is to say, we are expecting to get more than 22 sales of packets, of 22 packets, and these are going to be our sales per day. Each packet we are going to be selling it at 600 shillings, and this will give us a total cost of, 22 times 600 is around...
Let me interrupt you. I think for me I've had enough. You guys have a good concept, but it's still just an idea. I don't think you need money. I don't even think you should borrow money. What you need is mentorship to help you align your product offering. Put your thoughts, outline them well, understand what it is that you want to do, what it is that you bring to the marketplace. I feel that's what you need. And for that reason, I don't think I'll be able to give you any money because I honestly believe you don't need the money. You're not ready for the money. But the idea is good. All you need is mentorship.
Agreed. I think that, particularly speaking to you, your story is inspirational, and it was very impactful to hear. And I think that you are an example, and your story is an example of why we do this. The fact that entrepreneurship is the road to economic freedom for you as an individual and ultimately for us as a nation. So I think that's very inspirational. And as for urban farming, I believe in it very strongly. I have seen it work very well in the city with a lot of people on small plots of land or just in their homes, on their balconies, as you're showing, being self-sufficient with many of their spices and vegetables and selling the balance. So I think that there is a strong business here. I think the challenge, however, as Julius mentioned, is you don't know what it is. You have not properly articulated what your service is, what the cost is, how you grow, and really moving this idea from something that is very interesting into a business. Success is not about the idea, it's about how you execute it. So I agree with him. I think you need mentorship. I think that you need to align yourselves with people who can assist you from transforming this from what it is to what it can be. And as I said, my offer stands to introduce you to some mature urban farmers. Please feel free to take it up. Thank you so much for your time today.
Lovely. Thanks a lot, Julius and Kim. I think I joined them in saying we're excited about your business. But the worst time to borrow money is not when you are not sure about what you are going to do with it. So it's a very dangerous time. Stanbic is a bank. If you went to them to ask for money, they want to know that you are sure about what you're going to do with it. So I think as Julius and Kim have said, mentorship is key. One offer which I'm going to put on the table is to get you into a mentorship program with Enterprise Uganda. That's going to do. And one last thing which I am going to request you to do is before you jump to the next business, first squeeze juice out of the one you currently are running. Your consultants, you teach people how to do these gardens. Let us push for sales in that area. I'm personally interested in setting up one garden like that, and I would want to have a conversation with one of you on that. But before you jump to something which looks more exciting in the distance, first make sure you're getting the best out of what you're currently having. So thanks a lot for coming.
Ooh, this is exciting. Like we say, the National Schools Championship is not just about winning and going wherever you go with a crown of a winner, but it is a wholesome experience that gives you life lessons, especially about business. And we like to see the conversation. It's an interesting one. Yes, we want the investments, but we've seen them walk away with mentorship, and that is what the National Schools Championship is all about. Just a reminder, 5 minutes of pitching and 5 minutes of Q&A. Welcome Otinoa as the last presenters in the Biz Girl category.
Presentation, I will indicate that you have 2 left, and then after 5 minutes, I'll ring the bell. So please go for it. We are excited to have you.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Judges, investors, and entrepreneurs. This is Otinoa Comprehensive Secondary School. I'm Akulu Elizabeth, and I bring to you honey. Well, as you can hear it, honey. People call their boyfriends honey, their husbands honey. It's a sweet word, and it's also sweet. Well, 3 years ago, we were having a dinner at school. And when we served our director of studies, the honey we had just literally poured onto the bread like oil. And we said, seriously, what is this? Then we realized that there is a problem. And we came to see that this problem is dilute honey. Another problem we saw was that in northern Uganda, we have people who are giving birth so much, so they have to fragment land to divide to their children. So we said, seriously, how can a person support himself on a small piece of land? And we said, no, let's look for what to do. We found that honey is an enterprise that can be carried out in small piece of land, but the benefits are huge. So we brought our honey and started training people. We are solving a problem of low income in families. We are having nutritional benefits to the people around our community. And we are helping people gain skills in everyday living.
We have realized that 70% of honey in Uganda is dilute, and only 20% is non-acidic. So the uniqueness of our product is that we package in different things that can cater for whole categories of people. And then another thing is that we sell our honey on top of what we always harvest. We always buy from the local farmers we train at 7,000 per kilogram, and later on we sell after processing.
We have hit some milestones. We have trained over 200 farmers in our community in beekeeping, who in turn sell their honey to us. We have slightly above 8 million shillings in our bank account right now as we talk. We have enriched our school curriculum. We have beekeeping as part of our normal school curriculum now. We teach beekeeping for 1 year. We have about 55 beehives in our PRA at school. Where do we want to go? In the next buying season, which runs from October to March, we intend to buy 1.5 tons of honey from the community farmers. That is going to cost 10,500,000 shillings, buying at 7,000 shillings a kilogram. Now, after buying 1,500 kilograms, we shall harvest close to 750 liters of honey. That will fetch us 21 million. So we shall put in 10.5 and get 21 million. Take away 10.5, we remain with 10.5 million. 10.5 million take away direct costs, about 3.4, we shall remain with 6,600,000 from the 10.5 million that we make. That's the reason why we are here this afternoon, to ask for a grant from our investors. What are we going to do with this grant? We need a grant of about 6 million shillings. I told you we already have 8 million. So we shall put about 2.5 on top of the 8 million to buy honey, and then the balance of the 6 million grant that we are asking for, we want to invest into candle production. We are going to make candles from the waste product of honey that we have, candle wax. So we have a lot of wax already in stock, so we need money to invest into that, to venture into that. We need to buy candle molds, we need to buy threads. So that's why we're asking for a grant. And where else do we want to go? We want to acquire certification by UNBS. We want to have outlets here in Kampala. We don't just want to sell honey in northern Uganda, but we want to be able to sell here in Kampala and other places. Thank you.
And also, we're in platforms like Facebook and Instagram at the moment.
Wow, thank you. Chazi, the honey is here.
Sure.
Yes, Kim, go first.
Sorry, you rushed through the numbers a little bit, so just please recap for me. You said you're going to buy 1.5 tons from local farmers at 10.5 and process into how many kgs of?
About 750 liters.
750 liters
more or less, yes.
of honey for sale at what price?
We sell at 28,000 shillings a liter. So that will give us 21 million.
Okay. So there's good news and there's bad news. The good news, I love your business. I love what you're doing. I believe in the impact.
Thank you.
I believe that these hives will have a very strong impact on local farmers. The amount of return for the labor intensity and the land use is quite high. It also has the byproduct of pollination, and so I'm keen on your business and on your product. And I like that you have money in the bank already. So you have a real business. It's working, it's operational, and there's evidence of that fact. The bad news is that the word grant is a bad word to an investor. I don't deal in grants. So if you want my money, you need to, if you believe that you have a business and it's going to make profit, you need to believe it enough that you'll make more profit from my money than whatever you're returning to me. So I will only be making an offer to you if it is for a loan or if it is for a stake in your business. That's number one. Number two, are you still organized as just a project? Is this business like a company which someone can invest in? And if so, are you willing to have somebody join you as a shareholder, or are you willing to take on debt? That's my first question. My second thing that you should answer while you're answering that, just remind me again you rush through the numbers, how much you want. You said you're putting some 2.5 million towards the 8 you have to buy the honey, and then how much do you need for the candle wax production line? 5 million. 3.5. So in total, you're looking for how much? Okay.
We are still operating as a project. We still have some steps. We need that certification and so on. So we are still operating as a project. At the moment, I can say we cannot take loans. First of all, we are an orphanage. We are an orphanage, so we really believe in helping our people out. So we cannot take loans at the moment. We shall grow step by step. Thank you.
So I think what Kim was asking, and it's the same position for me. I'm really not a donor. I'm an investor. So I'm not giving you money for free. I'm giving you money in exchange for equity in your business. Are you guys considering making this into proper business, company registered? And if that's a yes, how much of that are you willing to give us for the 6 million?
Well, we can go into that in future, but we haven't yet sat down to discuss that. So I can't really have the figures now that we are giving you this amount at the moment.
So you clearly just want the money, given to you and no return?
Actually, there's always a time to reach a compromise.
Let me put an offer on the table. You are currently a project.
Yeah.
Can we agree here that we register the business, officially go through the certification process? As a team, you take a stake in the business, you release a stake. Personally, one of my key interests would be to be your distributor in Kampala and a share in the business.
Yes, we can agree to that.
Yes.
We can agree to that. We have it registered, then we can welcome shareholders because there are other bee products that we haven't even ventured in. Things like bee venom, propolis, so yes, we can.
So are you open to registering the company so that that product can be owned by the company? You deal with production, with packaging. The different investors here can bring various components on board. Are you willing for such an offer? Because the investors are saying they are not going to give a grant.
Yeah, we're willing to have such an offer. We can take such an offer, but still it will depend on how much do you want, like what percentage of stake do you want to take in the company?
I'll let Chaze make a comment on that.
There are many players in your market, but that's not a deterrent per se. But you do very well with an investor like me. I know one of your biggest issues or your biggest cost is plastic, the packaging, not so? I have a company, Chaze Plastics. I make honey bottles. Not that I'll give them to you for free, but you won't have issues of, you don't have stock. I know you buy them from Matuga, correct? What you're buying from Matuga. And they're not specially even made for honey. They're ketchup bottles. So I have specially made honey bottles. So I think I'll be a very, very valuable partner for you guys if you register the business and offered me 30% for the 6 million that you want.
Okay. Shall I take that?
We'll be grateful for it.
Kim hasn't made an offer, but she's out.
No,
Kim, we have a company which doesn't exist,
Yeah,
but
that's-
if it exists,
Once they set it up, because
Yes.
even the certifications that you're looking for, UNBS and all that, you're going to only do that or be able to achieve that as a registered entity. So there are no shortcuts. If you want to grow, you must register it. You won't want to sell it in supermarkets. You're going to have to be registered for taxes and all that. So that you must do. So what I'm saying, once you do that, that's my offer.
Yep. I think that's a very good offer. I think that your stance of I just to grow. In order for you to grow, you need to create a sustainable, profitable business. And given not only the money, but what the value that Julius can bring to your business, himself having a plastics business and essentially offering you essentially credit that will need you to not spend that money on plastic upfront. I think that's a very good offer, and I think you should take it. I think that in the interim, between now and then, as you go to register, so therefore I can't give you an offer better than that for the equity. I think it's a good deal. But it seems that you have some small top-up income you want to buy from the farmers now. Since you're not a registered company, you would have to be willing to, for example, give me a revenue share. So if I committed to you the 2.5 million to buy honey from the farmers, then I would want to know if your profitability, you said your gross profit is 50%, the net, I don't remember, it's not clear, but said something like 6 million.
6,600,000.
Okay, so if I were getting a return on the money invested by just a revenue share, for every liter we sell, you'll get X amount, and therefore at the end, you'll get your 2.5 million plus, let's say 500,000 in profit, then I could accept that in the interim as you organize yourself from an incorporation standpoint.
Yeah, thank you, we take that.
Business.
Thank you, guys.
Ronald, you're not a distributor, Kampala. You have one already. An enterprise, Uganda. Training. Very good.
Oh, no, certainly.
Very good. A big round of applause, guys. Big round of applause. Otinoa, I was there, and I am told in the beekeeping business, you don't go to the farm when you showered with nice soap. Huh? No perfume, no lipstick. You go. So I think it's better to harvest in the morning when you haven't showered yet. Yeah. But also beekeeping would partner with the soap guys. Right? Yeah. So even there are synergies here to harness. Aren't you impressed with the investors? Man. Yeah, so I think, honestly, we should have a presenter segment where the presenters are pitching. Barbara, because I want these investors to invest in me also. We are going to take a lunch break, quick lunch break. We have so much to go through. Our investors are still with us. We have the teachers who are coming up next. And the teachers' businesses are really exciting. I assure you that. We'll take 20 minutes. For those of you watching us on Facebook, we'll be right back.
Previously on the Stanbic National Schools Championship.
Your test is still intact and your test is here. 2, 1. Alright. How are you going to speak? Hi guys! Family Ambo, are you ready to plant some trees? 2020 was absolutely amazing, brought the entire world to a total standstill. Lucky for us, we never stopped. We kept going and created opportunities for so many, even through the lockdown. 2021 promises to be an even better year. With the vaccines rolling out to other countries across the entire world, with of course us also included, we can only tell you that whatever the dream, it can be. This year we've added another interesting tier to the entire mix. On top of the startup, the alum grow and the biz grow, we've done something for the teachers. That tier is called Teach Grow. And as we start the 6th edition of the Stanbic National Schools Championship, take a look at some of the impact that we have created.
And now, the winner of the Startup Challenge in the Stanbic National Schools Championship 2020 with a total of 85%. Mentis! Congratulations, Menta!
Congratulations to you, Menta Senior School.
Congratulations.
My name is Lecturer Declan Mike from Menta Secondary School, and together with my team, we won the Stanbic Bank National Schools Championship 2020. Basically, we presented a telephone education program whereby students are able to study at the comfort of their homes, either under a tree, anywhere you wanted, you study. As I speak right now, we are in partnership with our school. We're enrolling students for Senior 3, Senior 1, 2, and 5, and basically learning with us. And by the year next year, 2021, they're going to be able to be promoted to the next classes using our program. How are we doing that? We're onboarding teachers and providing students with notes, and these students go and follow up as they learn from the conferencing programs.
What has worked out of this experiment? Because it was an experiment in the beginning, some things on the way have seemed not to work. What works?
Yeah, the conferencing lessons have worked, but for the application, I'm supposed to learn how to code, and I'm supposed to do that next year.
Welcome to your private meeting system. Please input your private meeting number and then press the pound key.
So ahead of that, have you formed new partnerships from new schools to see whether you can also have this go on there?
Well, for that, not yet, because we want to move to the next schools when we have been able to talk to the people of MTN, because right now our customers are complaining that it's quite costly for them buying minutes every time. Okay. So as soon as we talk to the NPN guys and they make this toll free for every student, because we want to make it in a way that every student that calls that number, the calls are free for that particular student. So once we have that on board, then we're free to move to other campuses.
Have you standardized the costs? Have you put them into standardization so that you can know what each student will pay?
Every student is going to pay 100,000 for a month.
And the teachers onboarded, are they only Mentor SS teachers? Because we now want to blow this out.
Well, so with the partnership we have with the school, we are using Mentor teachers. We can't use other teachers because it's a school thing now. But if you go to another school, we're going to use their teachers.
What other thing have you thought about beyond classroom that can add value to the product?
You know, as we sign the agreement with the school becomes our customer. And you know, during holiday programs, we're going to still have to make another agreement with the school that we're going to teach students during the holiday program.
Holiday
program, yes.
Wow.
In Senior 1, where we have 17 students, we have 1,250,000. Then in Senior 2, where we have 18 students, we have 1.5 million.
Fully paid?
Fully paid.
Fully paid.
Wow. Wow.
Then in S3, where we have 23 students, we have a total of 2,010,000 shillings. Yeah. Then in S5, where we have
46 students.
46 students, we have 2 million, 2.4 million, then 80,000.
So how do you collect this money?
As we said, the money picking is from the school, not us.
School, eh? Oh.
Yeah, so we get our percentage after. So they go to the bursar and make the payments, then they come with a receipt here and we put in our record book.
Okay.
Yeah. 2835 EduTele agency works in a way that we as EduTele, we set conference calls. How? We have a conference number that is 0312 777 000. So let's say, for instance, a student wants to join into the lesson. The student will call that number. Then we also provide students with specific codes for each subject. How are those codes? Those codes are generated in a way that as soon as you call the number, they're going to ask you for the private meeting code, and that's the code you input. So let me say I'm going for fine art, and the code for art is 2435#. So when I call the number, they'll ask me, please insert the private meeting number. Then I will insert the code I've just mentioned right now, and automatically I'll join into the lessons. How we do it is we set the lessons 5 minutes before the actual time, so that it gives enough time for students to come in and join the lesson. Then later on, the teacher will come on board and teach. And every lesson is recorded for record keeping. In case you want to go back over a lesson, we can always have the records with us. Now, so far I can say so good because we're catching up, and with time we want to grow bigger and expand to other schools and let this basically be a new system of learning in Uganda.
Karibu Tasty Treats is a business idea that was conceived to solve the students' desire to have out-of-school meals and to avoid congestion at the canteen during peak sale hours, and also to provide our parents with a platform to purchase out-of-school foods during their school visitations.
SS started participating in National Schools Championship in 2016, and I think that was the inaugural competition. We have around 4 projects running in this school, all courtesy of Stanbic National Schools Championship. We have the Maiden project, which we started in 2017, and that is the bank project. At the beginning of this year, Stanbic gave us 100 fruit seedlings, which we planted around the school. The third project running is our snacks project. That is the Karibu Tasty Treats project, which was the project that earned us the 2nd position nationwide.
Chibuli, the first runner-up, Teacher Yasin, we know how passionate you are. And just a fun fact, Teacher Yasin, out of the championship, has opened another chain of supermarkets. So one day we'll share his freedom story.
Our project involved preparing Rolexes, salads, juices, chicken for students, but the Rolexes were a daily menu for the students for break and for lunch.
Could you accept an offer of 5 million shillings and you return to me 200,000 shillings a day?
No, we are looking at an investor who is giving us money through line of credit, and since we are a Muslim entity, we don't put interest on that money, but we are looking at giving you a percentage of our profits that we make on a daily basis.
I really loved everything from the investors, and it was just very beautiful. I got to know how to value money, actually. You start something small and eventually become big. I don't want to waste an opportunity that comes my way. That is it. At least I got that from the investors.
I think one of the things I want to tell you about life is that when you get a chance, use it. That's something you have missed today. I'm going to try and find time, but you have failed to pitch to get the money immediately.
When it comes to the students, they are real getting the skills, which skills they wouldn't be getting in a normal classroom setting. I have one of the students who was a champion as well, I should say, because he participated in the 2017 competitions governing Abonziza. He has done quite a number of things, but he got these skills as a result of him participating in this competition. The world of today where we are, papers or academic qualifications might not be sufficient for one to live actually a meaningful life. We shall teach you, give you the knowledge, but when you don't have the skills, trust me, you will always be a job seeker. But with the skills, you will always be a job creator, just like the slogan of Stanbic in this championship.
On behalf of National Schools, we hand you this equipment, and what we are looking for is for you guys to start making some money, please. Yes? So we officially hand over to you guys.
This water tank you see here is a water system that we received when we became the first runners up from Championship 2017. Huge as you see this dormitory, there is a lot of water consumption, and it has really helped us in a way to reduce on the water bill. We'd like to appreciate Stanbic so much because you give tangible prizes that can be seen. I think this project will be here for some good years.
There's a reason we run the projects we run under national schools, but on top of that, support schools, especially in two ways. One, their water management, but also two, their electricity when it comes to solar. Because we believe water harvesting is a very good way to go, since schools in the city cannot build pit latrines or things like that. So they have to look for other ways to be able to manage their water. It can be when you and I hold our hands together to ensure our institutions have what they need to teach our future leaders and job creators of tomorrow.
Welcome back from the break. Now that we know what the Startup and Biz Growth Challenges were all about last year, it's time to find out how our alumni are doing as far as business is concerned. Also remember, as a contribution to the SDGs, we planted quite a number of trees in different schools. We visited Teso College Alowet to find out their progress in tree planting.
I joined national schools in 2019. My school never went through, but I presented my honey project as a student because I've been doing beekeeping since 2017 to raise part of my tuition and stuff like that. And I got some money, and some of the money was used to erect the structure and modify it a little bit. And yeah, this is where we are. There are two different hives we have. So this is the KTB, Kenya Top Bar Hive, and then this is the Langstroth Hive. The difference is this one has no queen excluder. It's just made up of top bars. This is what they call the top. These are the top bars. Yeah. So what you're seeing here is wax. This is bait. Yeah. And then it will help in the comb arrangement. So it will put here its comb like this. So it will be easier. Yeah.
Oh,
it
to
will,
take out for
yeah,
you to,
you just take
to
out
harvest.
and then you cut. For this one, it is the Langstroth hive, very modern. So it has the queen excluder. It's here under. You can see. Yeah, it's double. So what you'll find down here will be the queen, the brood and stuff like that. Up here, clean honey. So this is how it looks like. So this one is like the arrangement pattern of the comb. So this one is even actually better. So when you're harvesting, we have two types of honey extractors. We have the centrifugal and then we have the other manual one. The manual one, you'll have to cut out the comb and then you try to as if you're grinding. Okay. So for the centrifugal one, you get this very comb, put it inside, rotate it. So it will go around spinning and then the honey will be getting out. So the reason we have two is for still training purposes and then also increase on revenue.
You have two types of beehives. I would like to know this modern one. How much would you earn from this, and how much would you earn from the other one?
There are high chances of you harvesting from this one more than that one. So you can harvest at least from 5 to 15 liters. Okay. So when we do this, one comb, one top bar is averagely 1 kilogram. So the more the top bars that are having the comb, the more honey you have. Now, since this one is purely honey, no brood and stuff like that, you can get at least from anything between 8 to 18. That's the gap, that's the range. I've seen people have gone up to like 20, but then I can't say 20 because I haven't done it. Average is 15. Average is 15. Average is 15, average is 8.
The harvest depends on the floral calendar?
Yeah, floral calendar.
Okay. Do you have any control in alternating the floral calendar?
The only way you can do that is by increasing either a number of flowers, the forage around. So for us, we can't plant anything because we have eucalyptus. Eucalyptus also flowers. Then we have Mosaic coffee. Actually, that's one of the reasons why he allowed us to do this on his land, to help in pollination of his coffee. And then he also has avocados. So yeah, for us, we don't need to plant anything.
What is your projection? How do you want to scale?
Apparently, for beekeeping, it's this. But we don't only offer beekeeping. We have more projects like rabbit farming that want to add on board, mushrooming. It will be on a 50 by 100 in Maya in estates. Proceeds from here will be added to the project in Maya.
Why couldn't we put all the projects on one here? And we are procuring land in Maya. Why?
Because we are looking for alternatives. We came to town with no land, just as everyone who begins. And this is the first chance we got. And after the survey, and it could suit the beekeeping project very well. But looking at the way we've been having clients and the records, we've not had any client in Mityana for home gardening, and we don't expect that to happen.
We received 500 seedlings of different varieties. We received pawpaws, jackfruits, then guava. Few of these trees, we decided to plant them within the compound. As you people move in some of these squares, some of them were stationed there, and they are doing well according to my practicing agronomic practices. I'm seeing some of them are impressing. This is a mango tree that we got from Stanbic Bank.
Oh, that has grown, huh?
Yeah, we always manure them, and I think you people got us when we had not prepared it a bit, but this one is a bit healthy. All the agronomic practices
You've put in this one.
we practice. This one is this one is what?
Musisi.
Yes. It is planted here because we are intending to remove this. Its canopy. It gives a very good canopy
Shade.
compared to others. This square has, I think, all the varieties that we were given. Few of them we planted them here. We have the breadfruit, the guava is there, the mango, only that we lacked here a pawpaw. The pawpaw has its own growth habit or the character. One, it is too aggressive in the terms of feeding, and above all, its growth habit, it grows faster and it can reach to the older stage compared to these other ones, giving us a reason to exclude it from this square. These citrus are sitting on 3 acres.
Wow.
It's an old orchard. They have reached to the point where their production is lowering. This was the first orchard that was established by the school. All these citrus were bought through the initiative of the club headed by Madam. We intend to have about 10 acres of citrus. You look at the way these gardens are running. Even that garden was borrowed, but it is under the farm, under the project. So we expected to have by the end of this year, we expected to have planted 5 acres. But this one, these citrus are sitting on 2 acres, 0.3.
Originally, you'd find that there was natural vegetation and certainly natural trees. But because of the increase in population worldwide and all over in any community, the natural vegetation is almost no more. So if we are to have and maintain vegetation in our environment, we ourselves should be deeply involved in planting trees.
We have realized that our conservation is going down to 14%, and that is really very alarming. And we would love to advise our young people to passionately embrace the idea of planting trees and maintaining them, both for a living and for the sustainability of our environment.
Tessa College as an institution is environmental friendly institution in such a way that all categories of trees and environmental aspect is observed. We have very many trees in terms of acres and hectares. Eucalyptus trees, we have 12 hectares. We have 6 hectares ready for harvesting. We have 10 hectares of pines ready for harvesting. Then the fruit trees, we have on a pure stand, we have 6 acres of citrus on a pure stand.
When I look at Teso College, Alawet, I am so excited and happy because the vision for what we want for Uganda is right here in Soroti district at this great college. What you see here in the background is the journey that we should all take to ensure that, one, our forest cover goes up to at least 30%. We are at 14% in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. When we have schools like Teso College that actually bring that dream to life, it shows that it definitely can be. This is what we would like all our institutions to look like, because those are the future leaders and job creators of tomorrow. They are also the people that are going to live on this earth. So protecting it has to start now.
Amazing stories, Dorcas, right?
Yes, 2020 was amazing.
Absolutely. You can see more of these impactful stories this season on the Stanbic National Schools Championship. But on the next episode, we assess all the business ideas that were submitted.
That's right. Will your business idea make it, or will it not? Follow the conversation using the #Stanbic UG Champions and the hashtag #ItCanBe.
We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye. Also, we visited one of the teachers who started up a business from all the knowledge he gained in the National Schools Championship. Let's take a look and see how they're doing.
Why are you doing?
I know.
We kept going even through the new normal. And yes, we created business opportunities. We created amazing Previously on the Stanbic National Schools Championship.
Your test is still intact and your test is here. 2, 1. Alright.
How are you going to speak?
Hi guys! Family Yango, are you ready to plant some trees?
2020 was absolutely amazing, brought the entire world to a total standstill. Lucky for us, we never stopped. We kept going and created opportunities for so many, even through the lockdown. 2021 promises to be an even better year. With the vaccines rolling out to other countries across the entire world, with of course us also included, we can only tell you that whatever the dream, it can be. This year we've added another interesting tier to the entire mix. On top of the startup, the Alum Grow and the Biz Grow, we've done something for the teachers. That tier is called Teach Grow. And as we start the 6th edition of the Stanbic National Schools Championship, take a look at some of the impact that we have created.
And now, the winner of the Startup Challenge in the Stanbic National Schools Championship 2020 with a total of 85%. Congratulations, Menta!
Congratulations to you, Menta Senior School.
Congratulations.
My name is Declan Mike from Mentor Secondary School, and together with my team, we won the Stanbic National Schools Championship 2020. Basically, we presented a telephone education program whereby students are able to study at the comfort of their homes, either under a tree, anywhere you wanted, you study. As I speak right now, we are in partnership with our school. We're enrolling students for Senior 3, Senior 1, 2, and 5, and basically learning with us, and by the year next year, 2021, we're going to be able to be promoted to the next classes using our program. How are we doing that? We're onboarding teachers and providing students with notes, and these students go and follow up as they learn from the conferencing programs.
What has worked out of this experiment? Because it was an experiment in the beginning. Some things on the way have seemed not to work. What worked?
Yeah, the conferencing lessons have worked, but for the application, I'm supposed to learn how to code, and I'm supposed to do that next year.
Welcome to your private meeting system. Please input your private meeting number and then press the pound key.
So ahead of that, have you formed new partnerships from new schools to see whether you can also have this going there?
Well, for that, not yet, because we want to move to the next schools when we have been able to talk to the people of MTN, because right now our customers are complaining that it's quite costly for them buying minutes every time. Okay. So as soon as we talk to the MTN guys and they make this toll free for every student, because we want to make it in a way that every student that calls that number, the calls are free for that particular student. So once we have that on board, then we're free to move to other campuses.
Have you standardized the costs? Have you put them into standardization so that you can know what each student will pay?
Every student is going to pay 100,000 for a month.
And the teachers onboarded, are they only Mentor SS teachers? Because we now want to blow this out.
Well, so with the partnership we have with the school, we are using Mentor teachers. We can't use other teachers because it's a school thing now. But if you go to another school, we're going to use their teachers.
What other thing have you thought about beyond classroom that can add value to the product?
You know, as we sign the agreement to the school becomes our customer. And you know, during holiday programs, we're going to still have to make another agreement to the school that we're going to teach students during the holiday program.
Holiday
program, yes.
Wow.
Parents and the students, we're not going to have this recommendation. We have to push it to more In senior one, where we have 17 students, we have 1,250,000. Then in senior two, where we have 18 students, we have 1.5 million.
Fully paid?
Fully paid.
Fully paid.
Wow.
Then in S3, where we have 23 students, we have a total of 2,010,000 shillings. Yeah. Then in S5, where we have
46 students.
46 students, we have 2 million, 2.4 million, then 80,000.
So how do you collect this money?
As we said, the money picking is from the school, not us.
School, eh? Oh.
Yeah, so we get our percentage after. So they go to the bursar and make the payments, then they come with the receipt here and we put in our record book. Yeah. EduTele agency works in a way that we as EduTele, we set conference calls. How? We have a conference number that is 0312 777 000. So let's say, for instance, a student wants to join into the lesson. The student will call that number. Then we also provide students with specific codes for each subject. How are those codes? Those codes are generated in a way that as soon as you call the number, they're going to ask you for the private meeting code, and that's the code you input. So let me say I'm going for fine art, and the code for art is 2435#. So when I call the number, they'll ask me, please insert the private meeting number. Then I will insert the code I've just mentioned right now, and automatically I'll join into the lessons. How we do it is we set the lessons 5 minutes before the actual time, so that it gives enough time for students to come in and join the lesson. Then later on, the teacher will come on board and teach. And every lesson is recorded for record keeping. In case you want to go back over a lesson, we can always have the records with us. Now, so far I can say so good, because we're catching up, and with time we want to grow bigger and expand to other schools and let this basically be a new system of learning in Uganda.
Karibu Tasty Treats is a business idea that was conceived to solve the students' desire to have out-of-school meals and to avoid congestion at the canteen during peak sale hours, and also to provide our parents with a platform to purchase out-of-school foods during their school visitations.
Chivuli SS started participating in National Schools Championships in 2016, and I think that was the inaugural competition. We have around 4 projects running in this school, all courtesy of Stanbic National Schools Championship. We have the Maiden project, which we started in 2017, and that is the bank project. At the beginning of this year, Stanbic gave us 100 fruit seedlings, which we planted around the school. The third project running is our snacks project. That is the Karibu Tasty Treats project. Is a project that white.
Chibuli, the first runner-up, Teacher Yasin. We know how passionate you are. And just a fun fact, Teacher Yasin, out of the championship, has opened another chain of supermarkets. So one day we'll share his freedom story.
Our project involved preparing Rolexes, salads, juices, chicken for students. But the Rolexes were a daily menu for the students for break and for lunch.
An offer of 5 million shillings, and you return to me 200,000 shillings a day.
No, we are looking at an investor who is giving us money through line of credit, and since we are a Muslim entity, we don't put interest on that money, but we are looking at giving you a percentage of our profits that we make on a daily basis.
I really loved everything from the investors, and it was just very beautiful. I got to know how to value money, actually. You start something small and eventually become big. I don't want to waste an opportunity that comes my way. That is it. That's at least I got that from the investors.
I think one of the things I want to tell you about life is that when you get a chance, use it. That's something you've missed today. I'm going to try and find time, but you have failed to pitch to get the money immediately.
When it comes to the students, they are real getting the skills, which skills they wouldn't be getting in a normal classroom setting. I have one of the students who was a champion as well, I should say, because he participated in the 2017 competitions. Gavin, he has done quite a number of things, but he got these skills as a result of him participating in this competition. The world of today where we are, papers or academic qualifications might not be sufficient for one to live actually a meaningful life. We shall teach you, give you the knowledge, but when you don't have the skills, trust me, you will always be a job seeker. But with the skills, you will always be a job creator, just like the slogan of BIC in this championship.
On behalf of National Schools, we hand you this equipment, and what we are looking for is for you guys to start making some money, please. Yes? So we officially hand over to you guys.
This water tank you see here is a water system that we received when we became the first runners-up from Championship 2017. Huge as you see this dormitory, there is a lot of water consumption, and it has really helped us in a way to reduce on the water bill. We'd like to appreciate Stanbic so much.
You know how the Bible says that we are wonderfully and fearfully made? Well, the kids at Busoga High School have actually defined this. In your body is a raw material that they use for their business. Let's find out what that is.
We want to take this opportunity
You can never run out of business ideas, and that is why Chebambe Girls School is back with an even more interesting business idea. They are the finalists in the Western region and would want to find out, how is the maggot business doing? Come with me.
This year we came up with an innovation specially tailored for the farmers who are dealing in livestock farming. So we are producing a feed supplement, and we have called it BS larvae, or black soldier fly larvae.
The production process starts in the fly cages. In the fly cages, this is where we have the flies, the female flies and the male flies. So the fly cage is their love nest. This is where they mate from. So after mating, they lay eggs. We insert cardboards. These cardboards are cracked. This is where the black soldier flies lay their eggs. So after 3 to 4 days, we remove the cardboards and take them to the hatchery. In the hatchery, this is where hatching takes place. These eggs hatch into young larvae. Then we wait for other 4 days for them to grow. Then after the 4 days, we transfer them to the larvarium. This is the feeding stage. So in the larvarium, they eat everything, like everything organic. So after like 2 weeks, this black soldier fly larvae is ready for harvest.
The 500,000 you were given, what did you use it for?
Yeah, we started with the fly cages, as I told you, and we had budgeted 170. Then we bought 30 buckets where you see the larva, the pupa and everything, and collecting as well. Each was 5,000, and that was 150,000. We bought feeds for 40,000. Then cotton and gloves. The cotton is the one you saw in the cages, and the gloves, well, that one was 30,000. And then meals and other expenses for the teachers and us, that was 50,000.
What an intense 42 days of the lockdown. But as soon as the president opened, we are back on the road. And in this episode, we're going to visit all the businesses across the
They have developed these business ideas, and of course, they are competing among the schools. But we also have what we call the Biz Grow Challenge. These are businesses that grew out of the schools, all right? The students participated in the Startup Challenge, but they took those businesses to the next level. Coming up in the afternoon, we are going to hear from our alumni, those that left school and have started their own business ideas in the marketplace. And because of the crisis that we are in, 2 years actually, teachers are not, earning money every month. It's been hard for the entire global population. We have introduced a new segment for the teachers. So you'll be hearing from teachers who have started their own businesses and they are looking for investors. All right, so if you're at home and you're interested in investing, slide into our DM and we shall be able to connect you with these investments. We had interesting pitches. Dorcas,
Yes,
we
Brian.
have a big announcement to make before we get into the next level.
Does it have something to do with investment?
I like that hunch.
Yeah.
That's the right hunch. Our investors today, we have Julius Chaze. Big round of applause. Julius Chaze is a jack of all trades and master at all trades. But we popularly know him for Swang's Avenue. Kim, please wave to... Interesting profile. Ronald, we should even call him our Gango now. Ronald has been a
Dumb
judge,
man.
has been a business analyst. And where's King's College, Budo? Team King's College, Budo. Please come to the stage. Come to the stage quickly. Come to the stage quickly. Kale mbeera wa Fenoni, play something small in the background. Mbeera wa Fenoni, I would have done that.
Why your teammates?
Nice, because Siri wa Fenoni, let me leave dead air. Okay, very good. King's College Budo has a business called Shoevera. Akavera Kengato.
Actually, it just rained and they were rocking their shoeveras. You should
Oh,
have seen
dope.
them.
King's College Bido, please come closer. Here with some social distance, but come closer. We have a big announcement. I think you might have scoped the interest of an investor. Investor Julius is interested in your business. Let's hear from him.
And let the negotiations begin.
How are you guys?
We are fine, sir.
I was intrigued by your product. There are problems with it, but that's not what I want to focus on. I think the opportunities in the short run outweigh, the problems, and I think we can fix it long term. So, 2 questions. Are you guys? I was going to ask you about contract manufacturing. If I needed to start a line and brand that, and you guys do it, I'm sure you'd be able to do that. But key question is, because you didn't mention or you didn't pitch for investment, are you open for that? And if yes, how much money would you want for how much equity are you willing to give off? Or if at all you want to give up stake in your business?
Before we had prepared for the investment because we didn't know that startup and BizGrow had that difference, but we are open for an offer. Yes.
So, do you have a figure, or to the manager?
We did have. We're looking at 20 million at first, but then when we watched the videos and the way people were calculating. There are millions. They were like 5, 6. We're like, Banange, what's going on? So because our income keeps on multiplying, so we were taking it to like 5 million for what we could use so that we can get our business to be ours alone. Because right now it goes in the hands of the tailors, and sometimes they feel like they own what we have, but we want it to be ours, and we can do that with 5 million.
What would you do with the 5 million exactly?
First of all, we're going to buy machinery, the sewing machine, which we saw that second hand was like 650,000. The motor is what we use to make the soles smooth, and that costs 250,000. We buy material